opening the plenary in the morning. So I hope it will be a great day. Let's start. Okay. Dino, would you like to start singing something?
While I do like singing a lot, I would like a participant's opinion on whether I should stop singing afterwards and how soon.
Yeah.
What would you like us to sing, Paco?
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, I need the answer from the people attending Cantus last night. You can either react with yes or no. Did you get the chance to sing Oh Susanna? So yes, you sang it already. No, you didn't sing it. Oh, Susie, I think it's your time to shine. I hope your voice is okay. So I got 2 no's. I don't know if the Cantus was rather small or people are still sleeping, the ones that were attending Cantus.
Maybe also they don't remember and don't want to put their opinion on things they don't actually recall.
Yeah. And he gave no option to abstain. So Susanna, you may be ready or not, but I hope Dino is ready to play the song. Are you, Dino?
You want it played?
Yes, of course.
I did not know of that version of singing.
I hope there is something on YouTube.
I mean,
Susie, is there any voice left from you?
Yes, but no one will appreciate it. So I don't think people need to be tortured in the morning.
Yeah, like I had a feeling you were ranking way too high in the sexiness in the board. So you need to compensate somehow. So you don't get overloaded by LVG requests for support.
How convenient. We have a karaoke version for Susanna.
Yeah, that's perfect. So if any LVG delegate wants to join her and support her in her singing, Yes. I have no idea how this worked. Like I was speaking, but I was muted, and somehow Dino understood that he was meant to clap. That's magic. So I guess we can start by showing you what's supposed to happen today in the schedule. Dino, may you have the honor?
Yes, I will start that as soon as I tell you about our today's announcement. We have one announcement from Damos from LBG Athens. Damos is calling all the Greek LBGs to the mattress. I'm assuming that by mattress he assumes some Discord room where you can take lovely pictures of yourself and stuff. So Greek LBGs, find other Greek LBGs, look for people who are yelling. And now let's go to the first presentation of the day, which is the schedule presentation, where we present what we will present during the day. So, early morning, we will start with our lovely Josip here, who will tell us on how to vote. After he finishes telling us how to vote, voting will start. Take a note of the big break after the vote. This break is for you to contact your LBGs if you haven't done it already, or for you to already vote, because time is money. Wow. After that break at 11, we will start with discussion group outcomes. You had discussion groups yesterday, and I'm guessing sometime during the week. Those discussion groups need to be outcomed, and outcome has to be shared somewhere. This is that place. After that, we're gonna have another break. Very exciting. After the break, we're gonna have a bunch of lovely presentations on relatively smaller things that are still kind of important, like golden apples, so like which LBGs got them apples, public magazine, design contest, and mailing system. After that, we'll have the most important session of the day, lunch session. Very important, don't skip that one. After lunch break, or actually technically during lunch break, at some point voting will end. So this is like 2:30 Central European time. So keep in mind that you have to vote before this time, otherwise you kind of wasted this PM for your LBG. After that, at 3, we're gonna have voting results. Very exciting. After voting results, we're gonna have some more parking lot outcome sessions, some other smaller sessions, and another break, because breaks are important. After that break, we're gonna have a closing session, and that closing session will signify that it's all over. So, cry me a river and see it, and go home and sleep. Back to you, Paco.
Thank you, Dino. Are there any other announcements to start the day?
Not from my side.
Okay, so I guess not yet. So now I will leave the floor to Josip so he can explain you how to vote on PA in order not to break it. Josip, you ready?
Yes. Let's wait to get the access. I should have it now. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm very, let's say, excited for the last day, not because it's last, but because it's the most important day. It's the day of the voting. So I will now explain to you how you can vote on PA, and most importantly, how to not break PA while voting. So first of all, this is not a VIP round, as you are used to, although we're voting on PA on the same tools. This is a GM electronic voting session. And the ones that will vote are you, the delegates, one of the delegates that have signed up to the event on PA, and not the VIP delegates of your LBG. So you here are the ones who got the rights to go and vote on PA. So as I said, go to private area and log in. Here's PA, here's a nice banner of PM. And then you have to go to communication here on the left. Click on communication and you will see VIP. This is the page, this is the tool, and you go to VIP page. So when you open it, for those of you that are delegates to the event, you will have this link on the top that says PM 2020 normal voting session. And this is only for you who can vote. So first of all, if you are two delegates, discuss between you who should be the one to vote. So only one of you will vote. And go in this page, click this link, PM 2020 normal voting session. So this page will open and you will see a button here that says vote for and your LBG name. And on the down below, you will see a list of proposals and various information like the approval ratio, if it's secret ballot or not, if the abstentions count and all this stuff. Here are some details, yeah. But yeah, what's important is that you click vote for and your LBG name. So this page will open and this is where you will vote. So yeah, in the bottom you have this list. And this is a bit more zoomed. So here you will have all the 13 proposals, which is yeah the 12 original plus the one counter proposal from LBG Chania and LBG Zagreb. So you will vote here yes, abstain, or no. These are the options, or you can also withdraw. So either you put one vote or you're withdrawing from one proposal. So you click this on every of the 13 options of the 13 proposals to vote. You make your selections, and then you click next, which will lead you to a confirmation page, which I don't have it because I didn't vote. I didn't want to break P. So you click next and you will see the confirmation page where you will be able to confirm your vote. So lastly, as I said, confirm your vote, and once you're done, when this page will load, close it down. It's the most important. When it's done and you say you have finished, your vote has been submitted or whatever it says, immediately close the page. And very, very, very importantly, do not refresh that page ever. So immediately close it, don't refresh it ever, because that's the way you will break PA as the presentation started. Not actually break PA, but you will vote multiple times and then you will have to do a whole lot of things to correct it. So please, after you're confirmed, close the page and everything is fine. Throughout all this process, until the voting deadline, for anything that comes up, or if you're not sure how to do what, ask for help on Discord, or we will have a channel, or if you cannot find us on WhatsApp or whatever, just look for us and we will be able to help you, me, the speakers, the IT department, and the code checkers, which are Zani and Ricardo. Yes, helpdesk channel is already there, and we will be there and we will be guiding you in the process of how to voting. So thank you, and if you have any questions, tell me.
Thank you, Joseph. I cannot stress it more that it's very important not to break the voting, because otherwise everybody will have to vote again. And since I guess you don't want to waste everybody's time. Graz, you have a clarification?
Hello, good morning. I have a question regarding proposal 10 and the counter proposal. How does the voting on that specific case?
That's a very good question. So the way it works is you will be voting on all the proposals at the same time, but then the counter proposal goes first. So if that counter proposal is approved, then we will disregard any voting on the proposal. If the counter proposal doesn't pass, is not approved, then we will check what was the voting on the proposal. And if it passes, the original proposal is the one that is being approved. And if none of them are passing, so the changes are not done. Is it clear for everyone? You can reply with yes or no. Okay. What other questions you have? Not only for grants, but for everyone. Like maybe you still have more doubts on how the voting process will go. Yeah. Joseph, can you remind them on the deadline they have for voting?
Yes, the deadline is 14:30 today afternoon.
Good. So you are expected to have consulted already with your LBGs, as I was suggesting you last night before Cantus, so you don't forget about it later on. But if you still need to talk to your LBGs, you still have until 2:30 to do so. But please vote before the deadline, because if you try to vote after the deadline, you will not be able to vote at all. Just as a reminder on the meaning of withdrawal, it means that the proposal you consider shouldn't be voted at all. In general, that's not the recommended way to go, because it only affects if more than half of the LBGs consider it should be withdrawn. So if you just don't agree with some proposal, the most effective option is voting no for that proposal. And the blank is not a thing. Not sure. I'm not understanding what our deputy speaker is trying to convey. Maybe you can speak up, Dino?
I was answering a question in the chat that VIP page shouldn't stay blank, but just it should not show the voting link button.
Ah, okay.
Not the voting blank that also does not exist.
Yeah, sorry. It's early in the morning also for me. So what other questions you have?
Yeah, I can speak on just like it just says ongoing discussions and ongoing votes. You then just said there are no current discussions and no current votes for me. And I'm wondering if that's just because it's not 9:30 yet, or if there's a problem when I was registering.
It's configured, so it starts at 9:30.
Yeah, I assume so, just making sure.
Yes. Throughout the process of voting, we will be updating you on which LBGs are done with voting or not. Most probably we'll just share in the Zoom call. How is it going? You can also check it from PA, like which LBGs already voted and which ones didn't. So also help each other out. So if you see some LBG that is missing, just remind them about it. So we don't need to be hunting LBGs all the time. And nobody misses to vote, which is very important in this democratic organization. Blank doesn't exist. So you just vote abstain in case you want other people to decide for you. So let's say blank is something that was there from the past that didn't make much sense in our voting system. So we were in every GM reminding people, okay, blank doesn't exist. It's actually supposed to be abstain. So IT department fixed it. Now it's not a problem any longer. And at some point, people will forget that blank was a thing. So abstentions make sense mostly on proposals which are not counting the abstention in the vote cast, which means membership proposals, proposals to approve a legal report and the action report from the board. In that case, it means I don't have a strong opinion on this. I will let other LBGs decide for me. When it comes to proposals like from P9 to P14, it means that I'm not sure this is the way to go. So in order for BEST to approve those proposals, we don't only need more LBGs willing to go for this proposal than against the proposal, but we need LBGs to be certain about it. So this is why we need to have more than 2 times the number of yeses than LBGs that are not sure about it or are rejecting the proposal. What other questions you have before you start voting? Yeah, I announced yesterday which ones were requested by the board, but I didn't say anything else. So it's a very good time to remind everyone. So the proposals that will have secret ballot are the membership ones and only those, because no other proposals were requested to have secret ballot. Am I right, Joseph? So this is already displayed also in VIP. like which proposals will have secret ballot and which ones will not. What other questions you have? Joseph, do you have anything to add?
No, no.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so we are covered with a part of how to vote in GMs. So I believe we should now check who was present in this GM, so we know who is allowed to vote. Like in general, only full member LBGs are allowed to vote in GMs. Can you repeat how it works for candidate proposal? I'm still a bit tired. Okay, I understand. I was tired from time to time, so I will try to rephrase. So in this voting process, you vote on everything at once. So you will have like a Google form, but it's just in PA, and you choose your opinion on each of the proposals. And later on, we will check the results. That will happen after 2:30. And it happens that counter proposals have, let's say, higher priority than the proposal. So if the counter proposal is approved, we don't even check the original proposal. Let's say the counter proposal is not approved, then we would check that original proposal. And if that's approved, then it goes. If it doesn't approve, if you don't approve that proposal and you don't approve the counter proposal, nothing gets changed in that regards. Is that a bit more clear now? Okay. So in this GM, okay, as in any other GM, only full members are allowed to vote. But you need to be present in the GM in order to be able to vote. And I was reported that some LBGs were missing quite some sessions in the GM. And it's up to the plenary to decide if you want to count them as present in this GM or you don't want to because they missed too many GMs. So from the statistics, we were, let's say, filtering out every LBG that attended the majority of the sessions. And we got only 4 LBGs left that didn't attend even 50% of the sessions. So I will ask you to vote only one person per LBG. So if in this call you have more than one person, just clarify between yourselves who will vote in this time. And then I will share the poll so you can decide whether you approve the attendance of those LBGs or not. So let's say I will show how many percentage of GM is only the mandatory sessions, isn't it, Joseph? The ones that are counted.
Yes, yeah. For the
So from the mandatory sessions, what is the percentage of them that they attended? Once you see the poll, you can still ask questions. So the poll is already ongoing. And in case you approve the attendance of those LBGs, it means that they will be allowed to vote the same as you will vote. Only full member LBGs can vote in this poll. Are there any questions regarding the poll? Joseph, from those LBGs that we are voting on, okay, I'm not voting, but the LBGs are. Which ones are full member LBGs?
It's the first two, LBG Ultimate here and LBG Grenoble.
Okay. So keep in mind that suspended LBGs cannot vote in any case. And what are the consequences of not attending GMs, Joseph?
There's various things mentioned in the regulations and regulations admission exclusion. And for example, if they miss 2 consecutive general meetings, they will be proposed for suspension. Susanna can maybe correct me on these exact rules. But yeah, it's connected with suspension and these things for the future for the LBGs.
Yeah. Susie, do you want to add on that?
Well, yeah, Yusuf is correct. If you miss one general meeting, you can be placed under monitoring. If you miss 2, you can be suspended. If you miss 3, you will definitely be proposed for suspension. And if you miss 4, you will be automatically excluded.
Thank you, Susie. At the moment, 58 people voted. Can you see the percentage of people that are voting at the time? So those LBGs attended that percentage of sessions. Very good questions. Super lekker. Yeah. Bruno, can you share the error you get?
Yeah, just give me a sec. I wrote it in the chat.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly what is that error. I guess it doesn't help anyone. But can you try to vote again, or is just not an option for you?
Yeah, I can try to vote again, but it does not go through. I just press submit and the same error goes on and on.
Okay. Plenary, would you like to restart the voting so Bruno can also vote? You can reply yes or no. Okay, so we will restart the voting. Sorry for the time wasted, but technical problems will always be there. I hope if I relaunch the voting, it will start from the beginning. Wonderful. So now, can you try again? I already answered Mael, but Nina, do you want to reply?
Yeah, sure. I had so that's the total amount of their participation on this PM, the 36 or however much the result, 32.5, 38.5, 46, and 15%.
Yeah. So if you don't see big numbers, it's because we already filtered out every LBG that was attending more than 50% of the sessions. That's also in order to make your lives easier, so you don't need to vote on the attendance of every single LBG. Is it more clear now? Thank you. Bruno, did it work for you to vote now?
No, unfortunately.
Can you try maybe restarting Zoom and joining the call?
Yeah,
again?
I can, of course. Yeah, of course I can. I will do it now.
I'll be ready to accept you again. And let me know if you don't see the poll. Barcelona?
So in the case of LBG Kaunas, we are having doubts. It's almost 50%, I don't know, is there any reason they couldn't attend more sessions, like a real reason, or just they didn't want to?
Kaunas, do you want to reply? Kaunas is not here. So you will need to approach them directly. Like, I don't know if they are not here because they are suspended, and I don't think they need to go through the voting part. Okay, this voting is anonymous, of course. But thanks for the questions, LBG, Barcelona, and Brussels ULB. You have any other questions? Bruno, are you back? Okay, I think Bruno is missing.
Bruno is not here yet.
Yeah. Okay, if you were nice enough to vote again, I guess we can be nice enough to wait for Bruno to come back. Okay, let me ask the question to everyone. Like, this way, Bruno wouldn't have a anonymous voting. Yeah, very important point. Let's let the LBGs that are being voted have their say, so they can justify themselves why they were not voting. Sophia, do you want to say it out loud?
Hello, so I'm the president of the LBG Sofia. Sorry that I don't have a camera now, but I'll say it to Barcelona that I'm the only one here because there are only two of us now in the LBG, actually me and one other girl. So I didn't have the opportunity to visit the other sessions because I'm working and I have university, so I'm not able to actually be on every session, but I'm trying really hard to participate in the other.
Thank you, Sophia. We have two fingers on Rome. I'm glad to see that Bruno make it work. Rome?
Yes, and I wanted to say, as much as I respect any issue that any LBG should have, I think that the rules are here because we have to respect them. As simple as that. If you don't follow the certain percentage of the sessions, you can't have your presence counted, in my opinion.
Thank you, Rome. So Grenoble and Kaunas are not here. Sophia already spoke. Is Act and Metier willing to say their say? Brussels ULB, what do you mean?
I just mean that with not attending the session, it's just you miss some important information in order to have a clear mind while voting.
Yeah, thank you very much. So already 74 LBGs voted. Do you want to wait any longer? Because we didn't set any deadline for this voting. You want to wait any longer for other LBGs to be able to vote? Or keep discussing? Or do you want to, let's say, finish the voting and see the results? So finish the voting and see the results. Will be yes. And waiting a bit longer will be no. Technical?
Yeah, is the result of the voting already significant, or these 10 LBGs voting could change the vote?
I cannot tell you.
Okay.
So majority of yes, so I will end the voting now and you will see the results. So according to the results, since this requires simple majority. So Arts and MTX will not be considered to be present in this GM. LBJ Grenoble neither. The presence of LBJ Kaunas is approved. So they will count as they were here. And the presence of LBJ Sofia will not count. This means that LBJ's Arts and MTX and LBJ Grenoble will not be able to vote in this general meeting. Any comments? Yeah, I think it's better if I share the results and not just say them by myself. So you can see all the percentages. Yeah, please, minute takers, take notes of those numbers of the voting so they are reflected in the minutes. Okay. Yeah, just to be clear on what is approved and what is not, if they have more approved than not approved, they are approved. Because abstentions are not counted in the vote cast. So this is why Kaunas with 50% of approved is able to get it approved. Okay, so we are done with this part. Joseph, what are we missing?
I think we're ready. We don't miss anything.
We are missing just one point, which is at the beginning of this GM, you were approving some vote checkers and code checkers. And they've been going through the code of PA and testing every single combination to make sure that VIP will work fine and will reflect what you want the organization to change. So can I have the code checkers come into the middle of the plenary to say what they saw?
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm Ricardo Troll. I'm one of the vote checkers with Sign. And we essentially checked almost every combination, if I'm not wrong. We checked that everyone voted yes, everyone voted no. If it was a tie, if it was a tie plus one vote, if everyone abstained, if too many people withdraw, if the quorum was reached, like we had every single combination, and everything worked correctly. There were a few mistakes on one of the amendments on the spreadsheet with the LBGs, but doesn't matter here because this is the VIP. And yeah, it worked very well. So go ahead.
Thank you, Ricardo. just one last thing before you can vote, which is in order to be able to vote, you need to know what to vote on. So this is why Joseph prepared a voting agenda, and you need to approve that voting agenda before voting. Joseph, can you share what's in the voting agenda?
Yes. So we have the voting agenda, which is, I will share the screen to show you. Starting now. Yeah. So can you see my screen? You can, right? I don't see anyone, but yes. So we have the voting agenda, and we have already started with the LBGs present, and now it's the approval of the agenda. And so what will the voting include is the voting on the 4 proposals of the annual report, financial report, the legal report of the previous board, and the financial report of the previous board. We have the vote on 4 membership cases, 1 from the EB2 full and 3 for suspension, as you know them, as you have seen them in this PM. And then we have 5 more votes, which are P9, P10 and its counter proposal from El Gigenia, P11, P12. So this is what you will vote now after we close the session. And I'm presenting you this voting agenda for you to approve that this will be the case.
Yeah, Joseph, can you share the link to the voting agenda
Yes.
in WhatsApp so they can check it by themselves?
Of course.
You can go to announcements. Now you will be able to vote on approving the voting agenda. If you have any comments, you can also share them now. Like if there is something you didn't understand, yes, it's one vote per LBG, only for member LBGs are voting. Thanks, Aveiro, for reminding us. Do you need more time to check the agenda? Okay. At the moment, 74 LBGs voted. So I will close the poll since the 74 of them approved the voting agenda. So now, before you go and start voting, yes, I will take a screenshot of this too. I would like to ask for a big applause for the code checkers, since I missed asking for that. And it's also a very nice way to close this block. So guys, are you ready? Dino? Okay, before we go, I need to tell you when to come back. So, yes. Now you have a long coffee break, which will end at 11 a.m. So you have time to vote during this time period. We will be available at help desk channel in Discord, just in case you forgot how to use your keyboard or where to find add key. Every question is welcome, okay? or you just want to chat with us, it's also okay. Just don't ask us what to vote because we don't know. And we are not supposed to care. So thank you very much. See you at 11. Close the plenary. You feeling after this first break?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Damos. Always there to cheer me up. So just, oh, my hammer is still here. I'm surprised nobody else tried to steal my hammer. Maybe you're still sleepy because of Cantus. Okay, maybe in the next break you can try again. So let's start again the plenary. No. Okay. Morning, Dino. Do you have any announcements?
I'd like to announce that there are no announcements.
Oh, yeah. We just announced you that so far in the voting process, 42 LBGs voted and 40 LBGs are still missing. So you can check these kind of things by yourself if you enter in the PM voting session in any of the votings, since you are supposed to vote everything at the same time. I just picked this one randomly. And if you enter in this page, you will see which LBGs voted.
This one that you're not sharing?
I just shared the link in the chat, if it's fine for you. So if you click on that link, you can see which LBGs voted and which ones didn't. So if you see some neighbor LBG that didn't vote, just poke them so they don't miss the deadline. Dino, what do we have now?
I'm disgusted that you have to ask. We are having discussion groups.
So are the presenter ready?
Masha and Irem, are you ready? And also, which of you would like to take the control?
We're ready, I guess. But
we are ready, but I think like ours is not the first one.
Yes. The first one is from the EBEC.
Yeah.
According to my schedule here, you two are presenting, but maybe board would like to clarify who should take the control and who should and how they should present these things.
Yes, since right now there are like 5-6 people who will present in one presentation. Scott, the coordinator, can start. He's ready, and he probably can then help changing slides for the rest, so we don't make it complicated.
Let's go for it.
Scott will be our slider. The rest of you, please click in some way so Scott can know that he's sharing the slides. And Scott, you're in control.
Nice. Okay, guys. So here we will present the outcomes of the discussion groups that were happening during the free blog sessions. And you might have attended some of them, but you might not have attended the rest. So here you can have a summary of everything that was going on. Okay, amazing. I cannot. So this discussion group was about the sustainability of the EBEC pyramid. It was motivated because the service itself is becoming not sustainable. We see problems at the intermediate level of the pyramid and at the top, so for national and regional rounds and the final round, and it was very, very useful to have some LBG perspective on this issue to help sort it out. So we discussed the problems of the LBG involvement in the further rounds besides your local rounds, and how could we kind of help with that. The main outcomes and ideas that were popping were having some sort of donation system in which LBGs organized in local rounds could contribute towards the organization of the final round, since the money is one of the drivers of such events. So not making it mandatory, but disseminating the possibility for LBGs that profit a lot from these events that they could donate to BEST with the concept, I want to help in the final round. And it would be very, very, very useful. Another idea was to try to tackle the size problems, because the final round is very big while NRRs are not, and it brings sustainability problems in both because NRRs are not that easy to sell to partners, and the final round is huge to handle. So we can work on that too. And another very good idea that popped out is cooperating within regions and with RAs. So the possibility of organizing the final round with more than one LBG, since it involves cooperation with LBGs and that could be slow, to try to tackle this during RMs and with the help of RAs, so they can promote the discussion within the region and facilitate the communication with the LBGs involved, so it can ease the hosting. As future steps that I cannot, okay. As some future steps, the EBEC team will further analyze all these outcomes, will talk to the relevant people, and will further analyze the impact, effort, and feasibility of implementing. And we will try to move forward a direction in which these outcomes are implemented and actually brings benefit to the whole pyramid. So thank you very much to the ones who attended and who provided these ideas. And it was really helpful to know what you had to say on this matter, because we always tend to discuss everything, but counting with the opinion of LBGs, which are actually the ones organizing this event, is very, very relevant. Now the discussion group 2.1.
Yes. All right, so it was more like a sharing session than a discussion group, to be honest, because we didn't have that much to evaluate when it comes to online events. We only had Best Virtual Summit and this PM20, and the best online courses are still going on. So we talked about the pros and cons when it comes to organizing events on online platforms. And also, a lot of LBG delegates shared their experiences and struggles when they were organizing online courses. And well, the follow-up will be done both by the international side and also it will be discussed in the future events.
The next discussion group, which happened and which took place on Wednesday, was dedicated to marketing practices of LBGs. And initially, we started with discussing the differences between 4 terms, which can be confusing people from time to time, namely marketing, branding, public relations, and advertising. And after we discussed the differences, and we understood what marketing is and what can be related to marketing and what can be called marketing practices, we spoke about the firstly channels of communication, so how we communicate the brand of Best or our services to our stakeholders. And there we found some most common channels, which are namely Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, the main social media that we use. Also, some LBGs are trying to implement LinkedIn right now. There was also a nice idea of creating videos for professors. So they create the video of their events, then they send it to the professor and they ask to show it in front of the class. Also, another approach was to include their events in the timetables. When it comes to recruitment, how people are dealing with it now and generally, there are also some wonderful ideas. For example, having social activities for everyone in Zoom or Discord, having board games before the recruiting, inviting people for LBG meetings, giving flyers and stickers, and also one of the most popular options was to give people coffee or cookies or any other food. And the last thing we spoke about is being different, so how to stand out in your own university among other organizations and other students' communities. And for that, we selected several creative ideas. For example, people were giving flyers or just going around the campus on roller skaters. Then it was the idea of creating a Tinder for a mascot. And also, like, some LBGs are still thinking of using this kind of approach. Another interesting thing was having a popcorn machine, which is also food related, so definitely attracting attention of students. Another thing is Discord activities for observers, so people who are not in Best yet, but they are interested in this. Also standing out is was about inviting professors to events and interacting closely with the audience, which is for sure crucial for everything when it comes to branding and marketing. And also partnering with other NGOs is also a thing that LBGs are using from time to time in order to cooperate and attract their audience together.
Cool. So in discussion group 1.2, it was about myth-busting international involvement. Generally, being involved with departments and projects was always a tricky issue for many besties. Many members in the organization are intimidated or worried by the thought of working on matters outside their LBG. And in this discussion group, we started talking about which of these worries are real. Participants shared their fears and thoughts that they had about international involvement, and then they were called to analyze them and decide which ones are legitimate and which ones were just rumors or assumptions. Some common worries that were brought up was the language barrier, lack of familiar faces and balancing different duties. And some common misconceptions were the knowledge requirements for joining an international project, also the fact that international involvement comes after local involvement, and the general availability. About the language barrier, the participants said that we can improve our knowledge in English through joining international projects, and we shouldn't be feared of that. Nobody is proficient in talking English. About the lack of familiar faces, we just had to step it up. And balancing different duties, it's about the availability of the person and how much of their time they want to devote to the organization. So what to do from now on? You can subscribe to Observer's mailing list through PA. You can ask internationally involved besties about their experiences. You can start by taking smaller tasks in departments or international bodies. And of course, you should join public OMs to get more knowledge about what is happening there. And what not to do, don't be afraid to apply for something. Don't give up if you are not accepted. Just apply until you start working on something and start meeting new people. And of course, don't assume your future based on others' past. Because someone had a bad experience doesn't mean that your experience will be bad, or vice versa. For any more questions about international involvement, you can contact the international HR team or your regional advisor. Thank you.
Okay, so this year PRD wants to work on improving our social media in a way of getting materials, and the aim of our discussion group was to gather improvement points and suggestions for looking into the past posts that we made on our social media, and also to find patterns that we can improve and suggest to improve them. And what is the summary of the session? That the problem of gathering raw materials were discussed, and the new solution were also added in order to get more fresh materials on Softlbooks. And I think Irem right now will present you the outcomes and ideas.
Yes. So can you go to the second slide? Scott. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So as Masha mentioned, we were focusing on the gathering the materials, let's say gathering the raw materials, and we focused on that. So how we gather the materials. And there was an outcome okay, we are gathering the materials from the photo contest and maybe from the, some of the accounts. And in general, we focus on how we can gather the materials in an efficient way. So firstly, we say that one of them was a photo contest. So maybe we can change the concept of photo contest, basically new ways to engaging the LBGs, and also in the social media and in the GMs, it can be, different concepts to maybe announce the photo contest as well. So the secondly, as a knowledge management, and maybe some of the LBGs and some of the besties doesn't know how to take picture and doesn't know have enough knowledge. So that's why they don't, send the pictures or something like that. So maybe we can create a guideline, which is also as a goal of PRD, and like how to take pictures guideline and tips and tricks for promotion and photos. We know that like these are all exist, but we have to update them for sure. And for the other ideas, like maybe we can have a survey for the LBGs, like what basically what they want from the PRD, and also like how they can be motivated to send the material. And also different designs per campaign and achievements. Maybe we can add as an achievement to send the photos in Golden Apple and also Golden Cogwheel. Maybe it can be also, a way to get the materials as well. And also there was another idea, like every LBG upload their photos in the Flickr. So maybe we can have some, let's say, Flickr responsible to follow all the LBG's Flickr, because if they upload it in the Flickr, they already have a permission to upload. So maybe we can use this as well. And also another like creative idea, like maybe we can have virtual gallery, which is like all of the materials that you will send will be presented in the virtual gallery, and you will feel like you're walking on the red carpet as a fancy way. So you will see all of the sended materials. So maybe it can be also motivation for the LBGs to send the materials. So that was all from my side. And for the questions, I will be waiting in the end of the, let's say, the presentation. And if you have any question, you can always contact us, like PRD management. And also like you can find it anywhere that you want. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. This is Johannes reporting from the Voyager to talk to you about BEST and Society discussion group. Well, what we did in this discussion group is, well, as a premise, we had that BEST as an organization does not live in a vacuum. We are part of society and we have a role to fulfill in that society. And we wanted to talk about what exactly is that role and what is our place in society. We discussed this in three different, let's say, these three different aspects. We talked about the roles of individual engineers, also about the roles of engineering organizations in general, and then also about the role of BEST specifically. If you would move to the next slide, thank you. So we talked a lot about we are faced with global challenges, and engineers play a key role there. Many of the global challenges, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals, require a very active participation from the side of engineers, from the side of STEM students, in solving these issues. So we talked about what exactly is the role of individual engineers and to tackle these challenges. And there we said, okay, yes, as would be expected, the role of individual engineers is to find technical solutions, because that's what engineers do. But besides that, there is also improving scientific literacy, improving that, like improving how much people know about science and improving that people understand science. And also with all the fake news we've been seeing the last year, not mentioning any specific presidents of the United States, but defending scientific accuracy is also very important, coming up for the voice of reason, for the voice of science, and just pointing out things that are wrong according to science. Now, we also talked then about the role of engineering societies. We saw that in the future it's needed that there is multidisciplinary collaboration to tackle all of these global challenges, and engineering societies can play a very important role there in facilitating the connection between engineers and between other sectors in order to together tackle these problems. And also we thought, yeah, okay, engineering societies can be a platform for engineers and for STEM students to discuss the global challenges, to discuss our role in it, and to discuss how we want to tackle them. Now, then we went from that, we went to BEST, and then we tried to contemplate on the question, what approach should BEST take here? Should we take a direct approach or a more indirect approach? Should we adapt to the changed environment that we are in? Because of course our environment is always changing, and we are currently in a situation where there's a lot of global challenges, and should BEST adapt to that? Should BEST also take another role within this environment? Now, in conclusion, in conclusion, there are not enough minutes in an hour. We can talk about this issue for days and days and days, which we definitely want to do. So there's a need for further exploration. We need to talk about this more. We need to open up this discussion on different levels within LBGs, within BEST, within different type of events, different type of means. The final question that I want to give you, the final thing I want to talk to you, I want you to think about is our environment has changed over the past 30 years. And then the question is, did BEST change with that environment? Did we adapt or did we stand still? And with that, I will close my sum up.
All right. Then the next session was a partner session where we discussed the membership requirements of BEST. To do this, we really went in a very conceptual direction, as the intention for this session was to sort of create a basis for future discussions. That's why we tackled the 3 questions you can see here. So on the next slide, the first question was, what does it mean to be a member of an organization? So from the perspective more of the member, what does it actually mean? And the participants here very clearly saw 2 main directions. First, it is sort of stating an ideological alignment, stating we agree with the direction of the organization, we agree with its aims and purposes. And then on the other side, there is the commitment to actually do something. It is a commitment that I will be carrying out the activities of the organization and making sure the organization actively moves forward by my actions. Then we moved on to the next question, and that is from the perspective of the organization. Why does an organization need requirements for membership? And that's actually where we spotted sort of a spectrum of potential, of possibilities when it comes to these types of requirements. And on one side, there is, once again, ensuring this ideological alignment, basically making sure through membership requirements that all the members are actually aligned with the ideology of the organization. And then we move slowly towards the actual addition of value. And here was spotted quite an interesting middle step, and that is membership requirements that are aimed at ensuring the members' capacity to add value. That doesn't mean actually adding value, just means all the requirements are focused on sustainability of a member, of the strength of a separate member, without requiring actual contribution. Then lastly, obviously, since we're in BEST, we focused a bit on the situation in BEST. We focused on people's individual experience with the membership system of BEST and what they perceived as the purpose. And here, once again, we very beautifully saw the previous answers coming back through various examples. Susie was very happy to see that. But we also interestingly saw 2 extra types of requirements, 2 extra types of purposes for a system coming up, and that is ensuring the sustainable growth of the network. Basically saying groups need time to be as strong and adding value as they can, and we need to sort of account for that lag time so the network does not get over capacity. And then a very tricky question, and that is ensuring fair treatment for all groups in matters of membership. With all these things, we spotted a few issues. First, obviously, there is a bit of all these 5 different aspects can use some improvements. They're not perfect. Everybody sort of agreed on that. But there were 2 largest issues, and that was first, what fairness means. How do you ensure fair treatment? Is it supposed to be some absolute thing? Is it supposed to be relative towards the size and the capacity of the groups? And it seemed, at least, that participants thought that there is definitely need for some fine-tuning in that area. And then the largest problem that all the participants agreed upon was sort of the discrepancy between, on one side, having the capacity to add value, and on the other side, actually adding value. This seems to be sort of one of the bigger problems we're dealing with, that it does not mean that you're investing in a local group's capacity to add value, that you're actually getting a return on that investment. And this seems to be one of the issues that need to be tackled in the future in matters of membership. That's it. I very happily would refer you to Antonis, the ambassador who proposed this session, for further questions, or obviously Susie and the rest of the Voyager. That's it. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Pavel, and we had a point in the schedule about the LTSP creation project. So as you can see on the slides, this year, except of the fulfillment of the LTSP, we also need to create another one, and this is one of the first workshop about this topic. I hope not last workshop. So please, next slide. And this is the question that we tackle during the session. So first is about how LBGs should participate in the creation and fulfillment of the LTSP. So more about the kind of framework about how we work regarding LTSP. Second one and third question is about the issue that we try to tackle in more than one LTSP in the past, and also after Summer International project, show that form that participates feel there, show that it's also a topic that should be probably in the next LTSP. So cooperation between LBGs and international best, and also how we fulfill the needs of our stakeholders. And yeah, what now? We as a team in LTSP creation project will talk about this, about the result from the workshops, and from your side, you can wait for the email regarding this. It will be more information about the project, more information about about how you can be involved in that, because it doesn't work like we just in few people work about this LTSP and it's gone. We need your input, we need your ideas, we need your feedback. So please watch email and help us in the future. Thank you.
Hello, guys. So during the discussion group called Public Image of Best, we gathered inputs of local groups regarding perception of us by stakeholders. To be accurate, we were gathering it on behalf of companies, universities, and students. We also found out that mostly people had a problem with dealing down party culture promotion, both as internal and external. Nevertheless, all LBGs have a good relationship with universities. We discussed once again how important it is to maintain the serious image with universities and companies, as we need to take care of them in terms of the collaboration in future. And that small details are really important. And we came to the conclusion that we can provide professional services even better. And we were sharing our thoughts how to do it. And also we discovered how different LBGs were tackling their issues with partners and the methods they are using to get back on the track with a good reputation. Thank you.
Is this the last presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. So thank you very much, all the presenters, but even more important, thank you very much, all the LBGs that were taking part in those sessions, because without them, they would have no outcomes or whatsoever. Although they were all optional sessions that you were attending because you care about BEST and you want to keep developing it. So I believe you all deserve a big, big applause. Maybe some of you noticed while reading the schedule that this block was meant to be the outcomes of the discussion groups. And if some of you were paying attention to the presentation, maybe you also noticed that some of those presentations were belonging to the outcomes of the parking lots. So now I would like to ask you all to have a big shame on your speakers for not making it clear to the presenters that this part should go for the afternoon block.
Shame, shame, shame.
I don't hear you, Shaman.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Okay, thank you, Dino. I don't feel like crying yet. Yeah, we may have a pistum after the closing. So now that we are done with the clapping and with the shaming, what are the questions you have for all those presentations? You can just ask for one presentation at a time, if possible. Now, maybe you took part in some of the sessions and the presentation was missing some of the points that you brought, or you didn't understand some of the points that they were presenting. Thank you, Damos. Any questions, statements, comments, bullshit? Like originally this block was meant to be presentation, question, presentation, questions, presentation, questions. So we did it all presentations at the beginning and then questions at the end, trying to be more efficient. But if there are no questions later on, this becomes less interactive. And we don't mean to have a less interactive PM. Do you want to say it out loud, Scott?
So if you don't have any questions, so who's going to host the final round 2022? I guess you're all combined.
Yeah. You can start nominating people in the gossip board. Better LBGs than people, but let's see how it goes. Okay. So this block is pretty much done. Dino, do we have any announcements? Dino, you there? You muted?
No, I'm not. You're
okay.
So currently, I would like to announce that very soon we're going to have the most important session of the day, which is the lunch session. And I would also like to announce that you have to vote. As American propaganda used to say, until their election, every vote counts. So please go out and vote.
At the moment, there are 51 LBGs that voted and 31 that are missing to vote. No more announcements, Dino?
None.
Okay. Then we have coffee break until 12:30, where you will have one more block of presentations. As usual, we will be there in the help desk channel in case you need any support or help, or you just want to chat with us while you are voting. Thank you, guys. I think we can close this block. You ready, Dino?
Shame.
Thank you very much. Yes, a quick update on how the voting is going so far. Up until now, it's 12:32 and 65 LBGs voted. 17 are still missing. I will name them, not calling for shame on anyone, just for you to remind those people that they still need to vote. And in case the other delegate thinks the other people voted, but they didn't. So still missing Belgrade, Bucharest, Delft, Košice, Louvain-la-Neuve, Lyon, Maribor, Paris Polytechnique, Porto, Riga, Rome, St. Petersburg, Skopje, Tallinn, Timișoara, Trondheim, and Valencia. So if you see those delegates anywhere, or just poke them, or if you are here, remember you still have almost 2 hours to vote, but if you try to vote at 2:33, the vote will not be counted. I believe the presentation is ready. Who is presenting now? Vivaldi, maybe? Beethoven, I can hear you. I can't hear you.
Let's see if she unmutes me or her first.
Yeah, Beethoven was mute, but you can speak. It's fine.
I don't know why I couldn't the buttons don't show on Zoom for me. Sorry.
Maybe you clicked on full screen.
Actually, they do, but they show on the lower right corner for you now because that's where I moved my Zoom bar thingy.
Lower right corner. Can't find it, sorry. I don't. Well, anyhow. Sorry for the technical issues. So, hello everyone. This is the Golden Apple Awards presentation. We will be going through the LBGs that won some apples in the seasons summer 2019 and autumn 2019. I would like to do a quick test with the plenary, and if not possible, then I guess I will do it on my own. Is it possible? Is it really that bad if people unmute and clap?
It's doable, but let's do it very efficient and fast. So
Okay.
just say unmute, clap, mute, and people need to be super fast and efficient. I'm expecting the best
Okay.
from this plenary, so just go for it.
Okay, let's try to do it really quick. Okay, so first let's go with summer 29 season and the one Red Apple Award winners. I want that when I say an LBG name, you unmute, clap, mute, okay? Has to be really quick. If it doesn't work, I will just clap on my own and we will imagine that the whole plenary does it. So the first LBG was Ankara, unmute.
Clap.
Okay, next LBG was Uppsala, unmute.
Clap.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go now for the two Red Apple winners, 2 claps. 1, 2, go. Bucharest, unmute. Mute. Okay, then it's Iași.
Clap, clap.
1, 2. Great. Madrid, Carlos III, unmute.
Clap, clap.
Awesome. Rome, Tor, Vergata. Clap, clap.
Clap, clap.
Okay, I think I will just clap on my own because this is not going very well. Then we have Yoma. Awesome. Now for the 3 Red Apple winners, we have Hania. Great. And Wood. Awesome. We also have Nish. Great. And for the four Red Apple winners, we have Cluj-Napoca. Great. It's loading. Coimbra. Sweet. Okay, Erlangen. Sorry. Okay, now next we have Louvain-la-Neuve. Madrid. And Messina. And Reykjavik. Awesome. Now we have some golden apple winners. And here we will give a quick round of applause to Aalborg. Ghent. Ljubljana. And Porto. Congratulations, everyone. Tallinn as well. Awesome. And now we will go for the autumn 29 season. And again, we will go through one Red Apple winners, which is Rome. Great. And for the two Red Apple winners, we have Valladolid. We have three Red Apple winners, which are Barcelona, and for the four Red Apple winners, we have Izmir, it's loading, sorry, Maribor, and this will be all the awards. Thank you, everyone. A quick note: if you want, if we were in the live plenary, you would have the option to take a picture with me and the diploma. So if you want, meet me this afternoon. I will remind it to you. Meet me this afternoon on Discord, and we can do the same thing on Discord and take a picture with the diploma that you have. And the diplomas will also be sent to you through email as well. So congratulations to all the winners. It is lovely to see the quality of all the courses that you're organizing. And yeah, meet me afterwards if you want.
Yeah, thank you, Vivaldi. I still remember when we started with green apples and then red apples and golden apples. The theme is changing, but the fruit is still the same. And because the purpose is always the same, which is increasing the quality of our external events. And for all those LBGs that are putting all their effort and ideas in order to improve their services they provide to the other students, let's give them a big applause. If anybody still doubts why we are not using pineapples, we actually use pineapples. So back in 2015, 2016, we had a pineapple project. And out of that, you nowadays have the innovative events. So they are pineapples in a way. So now we have a new presentation about the public magazine. Is the presenter ready?
Hello, I just requested remote control.
Go for it.
Do I have the remote control? Can you hear me?
You should have remote control.
Well, I hope it is going okay. So yeah, hello. I'm Christian from LBG Wrocław, and I'm about to present you the public magazine and talk about it a little bit. So basically, we will just went through the public magazine history, and also talk about the purpose and aims of the magazine and what is about to change, what is about to bring. And also I would like to present you the Public Magazine 2020 that is about to be published soon, and answer some of your questions if you have any. So here we are, Public Magazine history. What is about to mention here is that basically that is not a new concept. We have this kind of document that BEST had been publishing for the past years from 2005 to 2018, and they were called annual reports. And here we have some examples of the annual reports. So basically they contain those reports were aimed to inform the relevant bodies, mainly inside the BEST, regarding the job that has been done in the year that they were about to change, they were about to publish. But here we had a change, a breakthrough in 2018, where the first edition of Public Magazine arose. Like basically, the idea of Public Magazine came before the 2018, but in 2018 we've got the first edition of Public Magazine, and this is it. That is the cover of the magazine. It has been published to you some months ago. And basically that's the first Public Magazine crew that were responsible, the people who were responsible for arising the first edition of Public Magazine. And those are Alekos from LBG Thessaloniki, Domen from LBG Ljubljana, me, also Emre from LBG Sparta, Pipi, LBG Thessaloniki as well, and Marta from LBG Coimbra. So that was the first Public Magazine crew, and who were who made a breakthrough in the whole image of Public Magazine and its arising. But now let's talk about the purpose of the magazine and its aims. So basically, what it's all about. First of all, it aims to reach our stakeholders more easily, to present them our job that has been done so far, our achievements, and basically our events we attended, basically the whole job we have done in those years, like in the actual year. And later on have an external promotion, so that because the AR's annual reports were more focusing on the internal promotion, like they were promoted inside BEST rather than outside. So here's the change. The Public Magazine aims to have an external promotion to reach our stakeholders more easily, and also to inform as many people as we can about the magazine itself. Later on, it's also about to contain interesting topics, so that is more interesting to read, so that everyone can get to know more about BEST, get to know more about our events, about our achievements, and also about the topics that AIRS didn't contain, so that they are more interesting, let's say. Also, it's about to bring BEST together by being created by as many bases as we can. That is also what we do in the Public Magazine, so that every bestie can contribute to it and create and shape the whole Public Magazine. And the last one is to inspire, for the viewers, for the readers to get to know more about BEST, about what drives us, what motivates us, and also how is it to be a bestie, if I can say that. So here we have Public Magazine 2020, and right now it's being done, it's being finished, the second edition of Public Magazine. And here is the cover. As I said before, they basically it will be finished and published in a few weeks, I suppose by the end of the month, so that you will all have a chance to see it, to read it, and also to see the job we have done so far. And yeah, I would like to tell you more about the whole Public Magazine crew, or aka Pirates of the Magazine crew, as we are called. And let me present you the whole team that were responsible for that. So ladies come first. Here we have Apostolia from LBG Thessaloniki, who was a designer. Yaren from LBG Ankara, the content director. The second designer, Eva from LBG Madrid Carlos Tertero. And the fourth lady is Claudia from LBG Cluj-Napoca, who was service responsible. It's kind of connected to the content director, if I can say that. And later on, we have some boys or men, and Andre from LBG Madrid Carlos Tertero as well, as a proofreader. Also Statis from LBG Hania, partners responsible. Hello. And second proofreader, Jao from LBG Almada. And at the end of me as an editor of the magazine. So that is actually our crew who was responsible for the rising of the second edition of Public Magazine. So let's present you the Public Magazine 2020, and I'm about to tell you more about the content that it contains and topic that we're trying to tackle and we're trying to bring up. So first of all, we have best introduction, which is about some welcoming words, article about what is best, department IT systems. Basically, the introduction aims to introduce the reader to the whole magazine, so that the reader can get to know best what it's all about if they haven't heard about it before. Later on, we have best events, or at least the events that can have a chance. That had a chance to be organized. We'll talk about courses, EBEC, BCC, training, BSc, also IPFs. And later on, education stuff. So we have ASTEP 2020 project, 2030, and also some LEOEs that were happening inside BEST. Later on, BEST vs pandemic. That is also something that we wanted to focus more, since it's really like important and interesting topic. So we also wanted to bring it up and show how we deal with pandemic. And we have those articles about Tigo Quarantine, about Best Virtual Summit, Online GA, and all the pandemic related stuff. Later on, the section about how our members see best, and we have their interviews with besties, who was about to show their motivation, what motivates them, what makes them they want to do best, and also it contains a lot of inspiring stuff. So I definitely recommend to check those interviews because they're really interesting. And the next section is about our partners, about Atos, about Nestle, about ABB, that we are collaborating with. And the last one is about collaboration with partner NGOs, when we try to present them, present our partners NGOs, also conferences we attended with them, and also explain or tell more about the other NGOs in pandemic, how they deal with it, how they're actually doing right now. So this is it. And at this point, I would like to give special thanks to all the contributors, because we haven't been writing those articles on our own. We've been contacting relevant bodies and very different people. So thank you to all of you who had a chance to contribute to Public Magazine, because it wouldn't be possible without your help. So thank you so much. But what now? Now we need your help, or rather the whole BEST needs it, since the Public Magazine isn't something that we can create and just leave it as it is, because it's doing for besties basically. It's doing for the partners, for the whole different bodies. It's not about ourselves. So we would like to invite you to help us. And basically, what you can do, first of all, read it once it's published. So as I said before, it will be done soon. And then share it among your LBGs, among your members, so that everyone can read it, everyone can get to know more about BEST, can inspire, and also promote it externally, because it can be a really nice selling point when it comes to showing externally what we do, what we basically do as BEST, what events we organized, how we are doing in pandemic or the related stuff. So it's really important that everyone can help with promotion of the magazine, because it aims to have a successful one, basically. Like, without the help, it wouldn't be the same if we just create it and leave it as it is. So yeah, that's it. We'd like to invite you to share it and invite you to help us promote it, so that the more people we involve, the more people know about the magazine, the better success it has. So that was things that I wanted to say. And the last one, if you want more, you can also become the next editor of Public Magazine and shape its future. The call will be sent approximately in March. So if you're about to, and if you'd like to shape the future of the magazine, just follow PRD, and you will be informed about the Public Magazine. So this is it. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you, basically, the whole public magazine crew, so that people I were mentioning, for the rising of the magazine. And also thank you PRD management, like both management, Bianca Niram and also Elif and Ishan, like from the previous management, for the help, and also for supporting me on the way in leading Public Magazine, and also to all the people that contributed to Public Magazine, so that it can be a successful one. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer all of them.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, PMC. It's very important flagship of BEST, this magazine. Like, this is one of the times in which working together with other NGOs brings up new ideas for BEST. So in this case, it was some STEAM college that I had the pleasure to attend. And I saw how they were having a magazine instead of an annual report, and how it was way nicer to read this kind of document that the annual reports I store at home, and I just read once to see that everything was fine, but that's it, that you are not like, let's go share it with my mom, share it with the companies. But these magazines, I hope, is something that you will be proud to share with other people, no matter if they are in or out of BEST. And this is the best PR we can do. And since it takes a lot of work also to collect all the work that is being done in BEST and transform it into articles that anybody can read, I would like to ask you for a big applause for this team. We have the next presentation ready?
Yes,
Dina, you can give.
Ready, but I would like to know who's the presenter.
Me, CD.
Okay, competitions department ready, presentation ready, go for it.
Okay, I have the control.
You have control.
Well, let me see if I do. Okay, I do. No. Okay, hi, I am Evelina. I'm the CD coordinator, but I'm going to present you a DT project. Uh, just a disclaimer, me and Adiz did this presentation, so don't expect it to be good or serious. So this is the Atom Design Contest. You can submit your designs and then we rate them and select the winners and the best designs. And there's also an spring one. So let's see what we did and who we are. This is the team. This is the lovely judges we have. Me and Ediz were the coordinators. And if you're not getting the joke, the mascot of CD is a crocodile and the mascot of IT is a chicken. So together we're that, I guess. And the rest of the team is Alekos, the two Nemayas, so which is the old, the young one, the August, Alp, Scott, Gary, Bianca, but it was actually Domen, and Sangria Lucia. So this is the team, and I guess Ediz, you can continue.
Yes, I can. Oh, so right. What have we done in our online meetings? For that, we're gonna move on to the next slide. Yes, please stop with the errors. Thank you. Let's move on to the next one. Yes, so now we're gonna see how many designs were submitted, how many were done get bullied, and how many VI violations we encountered, and how many of them were actually good. So we had 26 designs submitted to the Atom Design Contest, and move on to the next one. 26 of them got bullied, and we have encountered with 1,425 VI violations in them, and none of them were actually good. Right now we can move on. No, yeah, we were just kidding. We actually have 5 winners in each and every category, and the categories are booklets, offline, online, merchandises, and creative ones. So let's start with the booklets. And yes, this is the winning booklet. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, this is not the winning booklet. Yes, this is the winning booklet. Diamail Shabani from Skopje, we congratulate you and, well, hope to see more designs from your hands. And moving on to the next category, which Alina will present it.
Yes, so the next category is, if I can do the errors, is offline designs. And of course, the winner is Didi, which they did this beautiful challenge. How many are they at this? Okay, of course, I'm kidding. The winner is, drumroll, Anna for Skopje. She did this sticker. It's pretty nice. So thank you, Anna, and congratulations. And the next category is online designs. The winner is, of course, Basrania. I mean, you're welcome. We're just contributing to best like this. It's amazing. But of course, I'm kidding. And the winner is, drumroll, Monica and Adam from Gliwice. So congrats, Monica and Adam. This is quite nice. And at this, you can move on with the next category.
Thank you. And when it comes to merchandise, of course, the winning design is this one. Well, it looks good, right? But yeah, it wasn't. So the actual winning design from the Atom contest is Matthias's design from Best Vienna with this lovely hoodie that they designed. And moving on to the next category, the creative category. Of course, the winning design is coming from Hanya again with this lovely VI violation. But yet again, enough with the violations, Hanya. So moving on to the actual design winner on this category is Artem from Yakaurfo with this lovely GIF, which has enough safe space on it, which is also important when it comes to VI violations. So, well, now we can move on. We thank you for, well, basically listening to us during this presentation, and you can subscribe to IT Observers at And you
Or CD.
can contact us through cd-management@best-eu.org. I am the CD secretary, but I would encourage you to subscribe to IT Observers and also Design Observers. Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you all who submitted your designs. I hope you do again. And also thank you to Dora and Jan and Apstolia.
Thank you guys very much. It's actually a great feeling when you design something that you're normally just designing for your LBG and just see things in your university and that's it. But when you design something for the whole Europe and then you happen to travel a bit and you see your designs in some other country, that's touching, for real. As touching as when you are presenting something in this plenary and you get the plenary to clap for you. So please, everyone, give them a big applause. Thank you, guys. So I will be more proactive this time. Are there any questions for the previous presentation? I want to apologize for the previous presentation that I didn't actively ask for questions. Okay, no questions. So I guess we can let.
Shame. Shame.
Is the presenter ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go for it, Mr. IT.
Okay, wait. Ah, yeah, okay.
Also, afterwards,
so
fix
how do
your
I
name,
control
Mr.
this?
IT.
How do I control the?
You click on the screen where the presentation is being shown, and then you
Yeah,
use
okay,
left and
okay.
right arrows.
Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. My name is Matko. I am from LBG Leuven, and I am the body of the IT department this year. And I will walk you through the new mailing system in BEST. So, as I think everyone of you knows, we have changed to a new system, and I will just explain to you what's it's all about. So, first, a few words about the old system. In the old system, we, as in Besties, as in IT department, did pretty much everything ourselves. So we had our mailing servers, we configured and maintained all of them, mailing lists, aliases, like everything was we did ourselves. That gave us a lot of freedom to do whatever we wanted. However, also a lot of responsibility to ensure that all of that was working properly. Now, in this new system, basically what happens is Google does everything for us via G Suite. So we are using Google's mailing servers and mailing lists and mailing aliases and Google's fancy spam detection software and whatnot. So we just moved most of the infrastructure from our own servers to Google. Now, in the most simplistic way possible, this is what happens every day. So we have our BEST database with the user accounts and mailing lists and mailing addresses and whatnot. And every 2 hours, that information is synced from the BEST database with the G Suite database. So that at that point, all the changes which have been made on the PA regarding anything mailing wise are synced with Google. Now the users and mailing lists are synced in 2 bit different ways. I will not go into details about it in the presentation. However, if you want to know more about it, just contact me or IT department at any point. But now, how are the users synced? So any BEST user who has logged into PA last year and is a member of an LBG still BEST, so not excluded LBG, gets a G Suite account. Important thing is that when you create a new user for like a baby member in your LBG, they first have to log in to the PA once, and only then will they get a PA account. Also, for members of an excluded LBGs who believe they need to get access to G Suite, just contact help desk, and then we'll figure out how to handle it. Now, once you actually have your G Suite account, how can you can use it? You just go to Gmail login, as in like you would log into a normal Gmail account, and then you log in using the first name, the last name at best-e.org. Now, it's important to use dash and not dot because that's the new system. And for the password, you just use the same password as on PA. The password is automatically synced with the PA one, so whenever you change it on PA, it will also be changed on a G Suite. Regarding the mailing list, Yeah, so first of all the spaces and fancy strange characters, as in not numbers, dashes, or letters, will be removed from mailing list names, so just don't use them when you create new mailing lists. Any mailing list containing @ in the name will also not be synced, so just do not use @ symbol in the names. Oops, my bad. Same thing for mailing aliases, just in general, don't use @ symbols in any names. The archives are accessible via Google Groups. Also, the settings of archives and PA is being transferred to G Suite, so public ones are seen by everyone, private only by the group members, and if the PA mailing list specified no archives, then there will be no archives saved. About the email addresses in the mailing list, so whichever email address you specified in your profile on the PA is the email address used for the mailing list. So it can be Gmail address, can be Outlook, it can be whatever. It doesn't have to be G Suite address, and you will just get emails to that address. So your G Suite, as in @best-eu.org private address, is not by default used for emails. You will have to specify that in the email field on your profile in order to get emails and that address. Now, what has changed for you as a bestie, like personally? Well, there's a short and long answer. Short answer, nothing much. You can still subscribe to and from all the mailing lists via PA. You get all the emails on your private email address, which is specified on your profile, so that doesn't change either. The only thing is that if you send an email to any BEST mailing list, you have to use dash instead of dot. So if you want to contact IT department, you would say IT department at best-eu.org instead of best.eu.org. Now, the long answer, well, possibly a lot has changed because like there's a lot of new possibilities and stuff you can use. For instance, you can use the share drives for international teams. Also, you can start using G Suite features such as the set share drives for your LBG. So there is less need for an LBG to go through all the pain of setting up like the NGO contract with the Google and stuff like that. The mails you send from best-eu.org address will not immediately land in spam folder, but we'll get back to that in a few slides. You can use Google Meet, you get personal drive of 3 gigabytes. We have stable mailing servers. And also, so all the local boards and responsible automatically get assigned an alias. So for instance, if you take Kato, which is from Best Leuven, and she's the main organizer of PM 2021. So she's listed as PM 2021 main organizer on the LBG page. So she gets alias, Best Leuven, dash, and then the name of the position. And so whichever is your position, you will get that that alias. Now, there are still some usages of the old system, mainly the personal emails. So the first name, last name, so the personal email addresses are still being used because, well, if you send an email to someone's G Suite address, it will go to that mailbox. However, if you send it to the first name, last name, best.eu.org, it will be forwarded to your private email address. Also for the LBG set, so you still send emails to via the form on the PA. It's just that currently it still goes to the LBGs at best.eu.org instead of -eu.org. But yeah, it doesn't really change a lot for you because you still just use the same email. Same form on the PA. Finally, yeah, some stuff that we're working on. So yeah, we're working on fixing the form for the LBGZ on the PA. So it supports apostrophes and like fancy HTML and stuff like that. That should be done in the next month. Also fixing the private email addresses so that if you send email to matka.matic@best-eu.org, it will be forwarded to my personal email address, which is specified in my PA profile. Also, we are working on international aliases so that the same as for local board is responsible, international people get an alias. And the last thing is the real-time updates of the mailing lists and user accounts so that whenever you make any change on the PA, it is immediately applied on the G Suite. And that should be done in the next month or two. Now, finally, and this is pretty much the most important slide of the whole presentation. I don't want to say of the whole PM, but it is a very, very important slide. And the message is just please do not mark best emails as spam. Because in doing so, you pretty much damage the whole organization permanently. And the reason for that is a little thing called mailing server reputation. So the thing is, whenever you mark best email as spam, best gets like another point on Google's mailing servers ranking of how spammy they are. And for instance, our old domain, best.eu.org, literally doesn't have any reputation left at all. We are the mailing terrorist scam-wise, and that's why most of the emails sent from best.eu.org just immediately went into spam. And like once you lose the reputation, it's pretty much impossible to get it back. And now we have sort of second chance with this new domain. So please don't ever mark it as spam. If you get unwanted emails, just contact help desk and IT department. You can spam us as much as you want. That's no problem at all. Just don't mark emails as spam because, as I said, you literally permanently damage the whole organization. And we're also working on some sort of unsubscribe button so that you can unsubscribe for unwanted mailing lists easier. But yeah, that will be also ready on in a few months. That's it. Are there any questions?
Thank you, IT department. Was everything in this presentation clear for you? Please react with yes and no if something was unclear. I see one finger from Frankfurt and then one finger from Extra Simon.
Yeah, just a very short one. The access that get automatically assigned when you get a position, can we look those up? Like, are they like marked somewhere, or should we just guess? I mean, or like build them together.
Can you repeat the question? Is what? Can you check what?
The automatic aliases for when you take a position, like you.
Yeah. I think normally if you log in, so if you, I'm not 100% sure. You can always check contact help desk, and we can check it for you. I'm not sure if you can do it yourself, but if you just take the position name on the LBG page and use that, it should be exactly the same. But in case you have any doubts or it doesn't work as it's supposed to, just contact the help desk and we can sort it out.
Okay, thanks.
So finger from Extra Simon. Okay, there are two fingers from Joseph first, and then Extra Simon.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but I think if you go, like if you log into your G Suite account, and you go manage account, and you click on info, you should see other email addresses, and I think this is also visible there, like any extra alias you got. I have to check, but I didn't get time until Matko finished talking.
Can you confirm it, and then we can announce what it is later on at the end of the block? Joseph? Thank you.
Yep.
So now we can take Extra Simon's one finger.
Simon from Extra. I have a question concerning the mail archives because every email address on PA has an official name. Like I will take the example of the ambassadors. So it's best-ambassador@best-eu.org. But every mailing list also has aliases, and I was wondering if you send to ambassadors instead of best ambassadors, will it then appear in the Google group mail archive?
Yeah. So all the aliases of the mailing list point to the same mailing list. So whichever alias you use, all of the mails will be visible in the same Google archive. Only like to find the archive, you have to use the full mailing list name. But whichever alias you use, like to send emails to, it doesn't matter. They will all show in the archives.
Thank you, Matko. What other questions you have? This is a very new thing. I'm still from the times in which we were only using best mail servers, and they were failing often sometimes. So this is why many LBGs were driving away from using best mailing lists, and they were just using Google Groups. So now that we got the power of Google to back us up, maybe it's time to go back to use all the power that we have in PA and being able to use the best things from both worlds. So you can all see who is in each mailing list from PA, and at the same time, you will have some reliable mail servers that are coming from Google. So if there are no more questions, I just have one question, and is asking you to give a big applause also to IT department for the work on the mailing servers and getting us G Suite to work for all of us. So you can clap when you hear the Techno Chicken. Thank you, Dina. So are you ready for the next presentation? I don't hear you.
Participants, please proceed and ask your mothers if lunch is prepared so that you can proceed to the next presentation.
Yes. So next part will be lunch, but before that, we normally have announcements. So do you have any announcements, Dino?
Besides the fact that it's lunchtime, no.
Okay. I just want you to remind you, everyone, at the moment, there are 72 LBGs that have voted. Only 10 LBGs are left. I will list the names again so you can help each other out. So the ones missing are Belgrade, Košice, Lyon, Porto, Riga, Rome, St. Petersburg, Skopje, Tallinn, and Trondheim. From now on, we will be reminding them in private. So you all that were voting early don't need to listen to the reminders. So lunch is expected to be finished at 3, but voting is finishing at 2:30. So make sure you vote before 2:30, otherwise your vote will not be valid. You will not be able to vote. After the deadline for voting, there will be some time for you to register comments on your vote. So let's say either if you vote yes, no, or you abstain for a proposal, as long as the proposal is having public ballot and not a secret one, you're able to add a comment to it. So you can explain why you voted yes or no. Any questions before we close? Okay, if you have further questions later on, we will be around maybe in the kitchen, cooking some lunch, or even in help desk as well, since you may be still voting and you may need some extra support. So thank you very much. See you at 3. I close the plenary again. P9, the proposal to solve issues with full member obligations stemming from COVID, was approved. So now that there is no one in the waiting room, we can have a louder applause. So now is your time to provide your feedback. Which LBGs would like to make a statement on why they voted what they voted? You can raise your fingers on the chat. So I'm expecting feedback that could be either, let's say, positive or negative feedback, but that can help the organization to go in the right direction, especially if you believe we are not going in the right direction with this proposal. Okay, if you have no feedback to give, just press no, and we will move on to the next proposal. Okay. Thank you, guys. So next proposal, it's P10. That was the proposal to include online services. So the one with the event recognition handbook. And it has not been approved because, as I was saying previously, if I'm not mistaken, it's required to have at least 55 votes for yes. It got short, so it only got 52. Are there any LBGs willing to make a statement regarding this proposal? I will clear the reactions, and now you can reply if you want to make a statement or not. So LBG Copenhagen wants to make a statement. If you are able to write it down and copy paste it in the chat, I believe the minute taker would be really, really happy with that.
Thank you very much. I just say it out loud and then
that's perfect.
We are a bit sad that this thing didn't get involved in our criteria, because this would have helped us a great deal during this pandemic. However, we understand the decision of PEST, and let's hope everything goes forward in a positive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Copenhagen. You can just type it in the minutes. If I'm not mistaken, Ricardo from Madrid is the one taking minutes. So if you don't want to spam everyone, you can just write privately. So LBG Hanya, you may have your word. I'm not sure if you're speaking, but I don't hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we are also kind of sad that this counter proposal didn't pass. Nevertheless, we would like to thank you, all the LBJs who were there to help us with the implementation, the International Board for the excellent cooperation that we had during the previous days, you, Paco, and also Osvaldo for all the help that you provided us. And we would like to encourage the LBJs also to share their ideas among them, because we are all here to work toward the same goal and the best possible solution for everyone.
More comments from LBJs? Yeah, I'm not sure what I said when I was presenting this part, but this was the content proposal to P10, not P10 itself. Since the content proposal was not approved, we will check now the results of P10, which is the proposal. You need more time to make statements, or are you done? So need more time is yes. I'm done. Let's move on is no. Yeah, we like more LBGs reacting. Okay, so in the end, Copenhagen copy pasted it for everyone. I guess it's fine. So the people that was not listening have also the time to read it. Cool. So if I see no more fingers, Copenhagen has another finger.
Yes, sorry, I'm a bit confused now with the proposal counter proposal situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just clarify for myself. Thank you.
So is it clear now for everyone? So this was the counter proposal. It was not approved. It may happen now that the proposal is approved or that it's not. So once we get to see the results of the proposal, you can also comment on it. You ready to see the next proposal? Let's go for it. Dino, let's see what happened to P10. So from what you can see, P10 was not approved either. Same requirement, it needed to have at least 55 votes for yes. It only got 49, which is 6 votes short in order to get there. Which LBGs would like to make a statement about this? To add it to the minutes of this PM? So I will clear the reactions again. I'll let you reply yes if you need more time. Okay, there is one finger from Ghent and then Louvain-la-Neuve. Go Ghent.
Wouter from Ghent. I will write it down after. I hope that despite this proposal, LBGs will still strive to organize this type of services and events in their local situation, because in our opinion, we need this to survive. So LBG Ghent is sad to see that this proposal was not approved.
Thank you, Ghent. Now we have a statement from Louvain-la-Neuve.
Louis from LBG Louvain-la-Neuve. We really hope that the idea behind this proposal will remain in everybody's mind, and that we will try later on to propose it again with new version of the handbook recognition, because we strongly believe that there is a lot of things behind this that could be really interesting, but it was just not good enough.
Thank you, Louvain-la-Neuve. Which other LBGs would like to make a statement? Yes, I was mentioning before, if you can copy paste, let's say the statement for Ricardo, he will always be grateful. If there are no more LBGs willing to make a statement, I would like the board to share with you what are their thoughts about this and how they like to proceed.
Yes, hello, Johannes from the board. All right, so of course we find it unfortunate that neither the original proposal and the counter proposal are approved. That being said, as you might know, we have usually post PM after PM, so there we will come back to this issue and talk about how we see this concept of event recognition, of local event recognition, and this concept of the proposal developing through the upcoming months. In any case, what is the core of this proposal, I believe, remains very valid, and the core was that we want to encourage LBGs to still organize these local and online services. So even if there is no, let's say, requirement from Best Sites Out to do this, we still strongly encourage you to invest in local and online services over the next months, as we really think it will benefit the sustainability of your LBG. So yeah. For now, that's the only thing I can ask. So please consider organizing local and online services. We very much think that they will help you. And I'm sure that you have not heard the last of this concept, of this proposal. We will continue working on it, and maybe we'll be able to bring something better in the next VIP round, in GA, or in the months to come. So I would say stay tuned for the follow-up.
Is there any other LBG willing to bring up some more arguments on what to focus on for this proposal and this issue in general in BEST? In short, Anyone else wants to have a say before we move on to the next proposal? No, I don't want to have a say. You show a finger if you already know. Then yes, let's say, please give me more time. I'm thinking about it, but I want to have a say. So I see only 19 people reacted, and we are 131 people in this chat. I'm expecting from you that you will react way more. So if you want to move on, you clearly show me that you want to move on. If you want to stay and have more time, okay. So since there is only one LBG willing to stay a bit longer and continue, I guess they can just approach the board and have a talk with them, unless, okay, Yash, are you ready? Just keep it short. You don't want it now?
Yeah, so fair enough. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So while the vote for this proposal was a no from our side, we clearly agree with the idea and the concept behind the proposal, and we fully support it. But we thought that in order to embrace it fully, it would need to be defined a bit better. And we really hope that you come with another proposal in the following months, because I think this idea is worth working on.
Thank you, Yash. I hope you were the one pressing yes. Were you? Good. So now Athens, have another finger. Let's say if I see more than 3 people going for go faster, I would cut it, but since this is very important, the registration of comments, I would like you to be understanding with other LBGs that might not have prepared their comment in advance and still need some time to think. Go Athens.
So as Stathi said also before, we in Athens believe that even people rejecting this proposal, we should all work together to develop this idea and make it better. So I urge you to share your ideas, offer feedback, and let's work together.
Thank you, Athens. So still only 7 LBGs asking to go faster, but 31 that already are done. I will give you 5 seconds more until you get this time to say, I want to say something. Reykjavik, you got it on time?
Yeah, we did vote for it, but it was sort of, we had a lot of discussions about it. I think it might also have been sort of an unfortunate time for a lot of LBGs due to the COVID situation and like bad HR situation stemming from that. And that might also factor into the vote for some of them. And it was sort of like in the middle ground between, you know, having more stuff to do, but also having with the extra stuff. But that on the other hand, it was also easier to do than having an external event and simpler to have. So you could sort of look at it from both arguments. But yeah, we also support integrating local services further in the future. And I will post a statement for the note taker. Yes.
Thank you very much, Reykjavik. I see already 13 people asking to go faster. So we will proceed and do so. Once again, the board is not dying today. They will still hopefully finish their mandate at least, and then also go into the following PM to prepare for their final financial report and legal report, and then they might die, but not there yet. So just approach the board whenever you feel you have feedback for their work, because they are not only available during PM, they're available all year long. And now it's time finally to go to the next proposal, which is P11. Dino, can you share the results? So it was approved. Let's give some short applause for them. Good enough. So which LBGs would like to, I will clear again the reactions. So if you have something to say, raise a finger. If you have nothing to say, react with no. Since we are 130 people, I'm expecting more people to react, and not even 1/4 of them. Okay, it seems no one has anything to say, so we can move on to the P12. So this was also approved. You can clap again. So start again from the beginning. Who has anything to say? Any feedback to give? Raise a finger. If you have nothing to say, just react with no. Okay, it seems you have nothing to say. And once again, I encourage you to react when I'm asking you to react. Like right now, 33 out of 130 people reacted. But let's go to the next proposal. It seems you have nothing to add in here. Dino? So it's the first one again. So are we done? That's amazing. Dino, can you confirm we are done?
Dino confirms.
Wonderful. So I believe we deserve a big applause, all of us, for being here. What about P14? Can you check, Dino? I understand P14 is the counter proposal to P10, which was presented before P10. Okay, thank you, Jesse, for confirming. So that's also covered. I believe we can have some clapping for everyone for standing all this time together, even through Zoom, and sharing your ideas and dreams on how to make this best a bit better. Thank you very much. Okay, after such overload of feelings and getting things voted and getting to know what are the results, you noticed in the morning that we had all parking lots but one. And now that last one will have the chance to present their outcomes. You have it, Dino? Andrea, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
I hear you. You ready? You have the control? Yeah, so this parking lot is inspired in the P13 that was not voted because it was withdrawn. That was proposed by Madrid Carlos III in order to improve the efficiency of ratifications in BEST of different positions. So now Andre will explain what happened in this parking lot.
Okay, thank you, Paco. So yeah, this was the title of the parking lot. And at the beginning, we talked a bit about why we need ratification for positions inside departments. And then we analyzed a bit what the current situation is and what positions are regulated nowadays and if anything should be changed. So yeah, these were the main aspects that we identified that should need ratification. The first one is legal problems. If any ratified position messes up, legal problems that could get bored into problems. Then it's the access to personal data, like the positions that have access to personal data like BAS admin, VCC admin and stuff. And also the ones that affect the external image of BEST. And these are the main outcomes that we saw when analyzing all the departments one by one. And yeah, some of the positions that should be regulated are the ones that are always in contact with LBGs, like LBG support, CRD, and the ones that are contacting companies and also media. The positions that get reimbursements because they get resources from BEST. Also, most of the positions in RD because they affect directly the external image of BEST. And as I said before, the positions that have BAS or BCC admin rights, like season coordinators in Vivaldi. And yeah, so I'd like to thank everyone who attended the parking lot. We got a lot of ideas, and now all of this would go to the department coordinators and see if we should revise the positions and talk to them about the future steps. So that would be it from my side.
Thank you very much, Andre. You have still quite some work to do altogether with all the departments to adjust the regulations. So I just hope would like in the process. It might be tiring, but it's worth it, you will see. Now we have the next presentation. During this PM, you were sometimes asked to stay a bit longer in the breaks to fill some surveys. It was not worthless, you will see now, with the service results presentation. Who is presenting this time?
Me, Jasper, and Anna, marketing officer, will present.
Wonderful. Go for it.
Which of you two would like to get the control?
You can give it to me. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Jasper, the vice president, and together with Anna, the marketing officer, we have conducted a couple of surveys during this presence meeting. This with the aim to really get your input on a couple of very important matters at the moment in our organization, to include you more in what's going on and to know what we actually need to focus on in next steps. In total, there were in total, we've conducted 4 surveys. The first one about COVID-19 and the impact that it had on you personally and on your LBG, which kind of problems that you saw there. Then also second one on the idea of data centralization in BEST. A third one on event recognition to see whether LBGs have events that can get recognized. And then also a fourth one on eBay partnerships. So let's see what kind of results were given. So the first one, COVID-19, to see what kind of impact that it had on you. In total, there were 84 responses, and I'm now going to give the word to Anna, who will guide you through the results.
Yes, in total, we got 44 responses indeed. And going through the questions, you can move. Yes, the first of them was how much easier or more difficult is your BEST work now comparing to the period before the pandemic itself. And the biggest amount of LBGs stated that somewhat more difficult is the BEST work that they have to do right now. And no one actually asked that it became much easier, which might be understandable from our point of view, but we can see now that it became not so easy for most of you. When it comes to organizing live events and what impact it has on people on Besties personally and on their LBGs, you can see here the comparison between personal impact and LBG impact. We can say that the impact generally is a bit bigger for the LBGs, but not significantly. And about 50% of LBGs and like members personally stated that lack of opportunity to organize live events is influencing quite a lot them personally and their LBGs as well. And there were no LBGs again who stated that being unable to organize live events didn't affect them at all. Rating of challenges that this pandemic brought to us gave us these results. So the most affected area was motivation of besties. It got the highest rating from 0 to 5. It got 4.2. The next one was organizing events, which is also not that positive result, I would say, because it was called as the second biggest challenge after the motivation. Recruiting new members also is suffering at the moment. Financial sustainability and learning and training processes, a bit surprisingly, not suffering almost at all from your point of view. They got less than 50% of rating as being challenging. Also, there was a question about how often would you like the international board to communicate how best will handle the complications due to the pandemic. And again, 50%, 51 said that equally often you would like the board to communicate to you the situation. Also, 43 almost percent mentioned that it would be cool to have the information a bit more often than it is right now. And a couple of LBGs also mentioned that it could be to have it less often than now or much more often than now.
And so this is all information that we will take into account as a board. So later on, we will see in which ways that we can communicate more often to you, for example, through the COVID task force. Now, a couple of questions were also asked by you in the surveys, and I've selected we've selected the most important ones, most interesting ones, and on these, I'd like to formulate an answer for you. So first question is, what are our main assets and our services for students in COVID-19 times? A very interesting question. I think that everyone is trying to answer that. On a personal note, I believe that in these challenging times, connectedness between people is a real issue. It's an issue that all our stakeholders, especially the students, are experiencing, and where BEST can offer solution through being BEST and through offering different services to the students. We have had a couple of different adaptations that can still be quite interesting for stakeholders, quite effective. Also during this PM, there were some examples, and I feel like a lot of LBGs, they are successfully managing to keep on creating value for our target audience. I feel like the resilience of besties and adaptiveness of besties is really a great asset. Another question that was asked is, when do you make a decision on canceling another season? Well, we make those decisions before the whole season normally starts, becomes in effect. We try to do that at least 6 months in advance so that LBGs can easily adapt. We don't really, well, we try to not do that sooner in order to take the whole situation properly into account and to give the organization of best courses and new seasons all the chances that they can have, because the situation is volatile, it fluctuates all the time, and we really want to get all the chances that there are. Any idea about cool events online? I think that this PM has had some great examples. There was the example of LBG Madrid and the online motivation weekend that they've organized. So I advise you to check out the recording of that on YouTube, or to get access to the presentation itself on PA. Furthermore, we've had explanations on how eBEC team sees adaptations on eBEC, online adaptations of eBEC feasible. Then another question is, what's best main challenge right now? We believe I've discussed it with some fellow board members. We believe that the biggest challenge right now is the sustainability of the LBGs. That's also where the proposal of P10 and the kind of proposal we're coming from to assure the LBG sustainability. And related to that, the purpose of our organization during these times, finding purpose, finding value for ourselves to keep motivated and to position ourselves in this society. How does the board cope with being apart? To be honest, I found that a very nice question for you to ask, how we actually are. I can tell you that it's of course very impactful, not being able to meet each other in person. We've had board summer meeting, but for the rest, like it was always working online. We try to be as connected as possible though. For example, something that we have and that I personally like is that every day at noon, we call each other. So on WhatsApp, we just do a group call and we check in with each other to see how it's going. I definitely advise other teams out there to adopt a similar practice. Then how to make business with companies. To answer that question, I will delegate you to CRD. They have a CRD observer mailing list that you can join. And I must say, these last week's incredible content has been published on it. Furthermore, something that we now did for eBack Final was really analyzing what kind of value do we normally offer with the service, and can we still offer this the same value or similar value in online format? And the results of doing that are often quite surprising and quite positive. And then what to do with new members? I think that to answer that question, it is super interesting to know that events are still happening. Like we have winter RMs now, we have this PM that's easier than ever to actually join. Or for all kind of people, that's full live streamed, quality live stream because it's now online, and that way new members can still discover what Best is doing and really learn. Then second survey on data centralization, a little bit shorter here. So the survey was created with the idea of, okay, let's figure out whether adopting a tool, a survey tool that can be used by all of Best to centralize data coming from those surveys, whether that is something that is appealing to LBGs. And these were the results.
Yes, so in total, we received 78 answers to this very survey. And we actually realized that it would be very helpful for the half of the people who voted to have access to data collected by other LBGs or Best in general. Also, almost 30% told that it would be extremely helpful to have access to this kind of data. And a bit like somewhat helpful, it would be for 20% of people. Also, some people actually stated that it wouldn't be so helpful for them. However, the vast majority is still for having this kind of access to data. Also, the next question was aimed to compare how much it is easy for you as LBGs to collect input and feedback from stakeholders. And here we compared 3 stakeholders, like the simplicity of access and getting feedback from 3 of our stakeholders, namely students, companies, and the university. And as you can see from this very graph, that's somewhat easy it is to collect for students, to collect feedback from students. And actually, it is not very difficult for most of LBGs to collect this input generally. And you can notice that like the easiest access probably LBGs have to students. However, when it comes to companies and universities, these numbers are pretty much lower, especially when it comes to companies. Also, when we ask you to rate if you need the tool provided by Best to make surveys, it was rated with the number of 3.6 from 0 to 5 again, which is somewhere in the middle, like a bit higher than the middle. And here I will give the word to Jesper.
And last question, also in mind with, okay, let's try to get a survey tool that can be used by all of Best. The question was asked, how much are you willing to pay for a professional survey? The results there are actually that the majority of LBGs is not willing at all to pay for such a survey tool. However, most of them are interested in it. Some would be willing to pay 15 euros per year or 25 euros per year. Now, an FYI for all of you, I would like to highlight and point out that the most popular survey tools that they cost between 150 and 500 euros per year. So in that regard, the numbers asked that we would actually possibly be able to get are way lower than what's the norm. So main concerns that were raised for data centralization are confidentiality. Can we keep it confidential, all that information? And then you might create a single point of failure and just lose your data if there's a problem somewhere. Third survey, very fast event recognition. Yeah, we already know the outcomes of the proposal, of course, but I would still like to share these results because they can be very useful to take into account for later on. Unfortunately, we only had 49 responses, so that's slightly less than for other surveys and definitely not all the full members, which I find personally a pity, of course, because getting your input on this, it's also highlighted by different LBGs during this PM. It is very crucial to create decent results. So yeah, here also a wake-up call to fill in these surveys, especially when they are very short. In this survey, 3 questions were asked. The main result is actually that most LBGs are really able to have such an event recognized. They already have clear IDs of events. There were a couple of LBGs that were not so sure yet. So those were then also contacted, or most of them were contacted by us to get more information and to help them out. And in that regard, we were able to clarify the proposal itself to people, the event recognition handbook to LBGs, but also to stimulate them to upgrade their local events and try to find services that they can organize. And then a last survey on the eBay program partnerships with 58 responses. There was actually the result pretty clear. So the question was asked, are you interested as an LBG to partner with companies fundraised by international bodies invest? And all of you, let's say everyone that organizes a local round of eBay at least, and filled in the survey, they all said that they would really like to consider this. So that's then definitely also something that eBay team will work upon later on. And with this, I've reached the end of this presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that you find this data quite useful and that it becomes slightly clearer to you why we create these surveys and what kind of impact that they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasper and Anna. This is the last presentation we have for today before we go for closing. I would like to ask if you have questions, because I will not have more chances to ask if you have any questions. This is the last time I will be speaker of a general meeting, hopefully. And what questions do you have for the presenters? If you have no more questions and you want to go to the break, you can click no. The break is expected to last until 5 p.m. And we can just break dance together in Discord. So we have some fun before the closing. I see no questions. So can we give them a big applause before we go for announcements? Thank you, Dino, for all the clapping. So may we have some announcements, Dino? Dino,
Sure
are you
can,
there?
Paka. So we have one announcement, or one final announcement, which is from Vasilis, officially from BCC team, but unofficially the one who will announce the social activities for tonight. Bam, bam, bam.
Vasily, Ella. Vasily.
Ela Malaka Milaki.
Who is Vasily? I cannot hear you.
¿Dónde está la Vasiliteca?
Is he here? I don't see him in the chat. Do we have anyone else on the social team that can take over? Anya?
Yeah. So guys, I just sent a list, a letter to the email, to our mailing list. So if you would like to participate in our party today at 10:30 p.m., just write your name and surname so we will know how many people we can expect for this party.
Can you make some teaser of what is the party all about?
I mean, I can, but let it be a small secret for now.
So is it a secret party?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a teaser party.
Come and see.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anya. Just want to remind you that we are done with this, let's say, so serious part of PM. We will be back all together at 5. So we can enjoy the very beautiful and touching closing. Even though the social distance, it will be touching. See you in Discord. I hope you enjoy the break and you come back full of energy to enjoy the closing. Now I may close the plenary. See you guys. you're feeling excited, please raise your hands. Woohoo! And shout.
Hey!
I don't hear you. Are you with boundary management?
Yeah.
And shout. That sounds better. That sounds better.
Hey!
So, special surprise, we are now dressing our best suits. That sounds better. Because this is a very important moment for we all. Like, every beginning has an ending. And this is the time to end this PM. But this is the beginning of the ending, so I better do it with the hammer. Are you Dino ready? Yes, so let's start the ending. Okay, so Dino, do we have any announcements?
I regretfully announce that this PM is coming to a close.
No! Aren't you going to be speaking of J. Tallinn? You are not the one to ask, Edis, but hopefully you will have some other cooler speakers than us. Because we are here just to set the bar high, and they will just set it even higher. Let's hope so. And hopefully there will be some different type of speakers that will be leaving some GA happening live. So you will also have this feeling of touching the other delegates or giving them a massage, even if you need to wear a mask. Let's see how it goes. Shokan, oh, what do you mean, Reykjavik? Cannot hear you. I don't know if you're trying to speak. You are muted. Oh, yeah, every meeting needs to end. It's a bullshit, but it's a bullshit is worth sharing.
No, I just push it shortcut. Oh, the meeting ending now. In the announcement.
Yeah.
Good joke, right?
Are you ready to close this meeting? I see no reactions. I'm getting bored. Okay. So, you ready or not? We will need to end this PM at some point. So you can go and enjoy yourselves and maybe meeting other people. Yeah, it's also cute now that I can see more faces than I used to do when someone is presenting. But in order to end this, there were some special people preparing some special presentation that you will see very soon. Ishan, you ready for it? So at the beginning of this PM, I was sharing with you that this is like biggest PM in participants ever, but just one of the statistics that you can learn out of this presentation that your statistics master, Ishan, prepare for you all. So please make us all. You ready?
I am ready, but
have the control.
Yeah, now I have it.
Just click on present.
Wait a second. Do I have control? Oh, let me try this. Yes, I do. Okay, so welcome everyone to a statistical review of Residents Meeting 2020, brought to you by a statistics working group, of course. Who else? And so let's begin with some serious statistics. As Paco was mentioning that this is one of the largest general meetings that he has attended. And indeed, there have been 207 attendees, of whom 190 male and 88 female. And these attendees have a huge age gap also, as you can imagine. And yeah, so our oldest attendee is, of course, Paco, the one and only speaker. And our youngest attendee is Tanya from LBG Zaporizhzhia. You want to know the age? Well, I will let you go to PA and then stop them. No worries. I won't tell them now.
I need to share a bullshit. Is Tanya not having a picture because she's underage?
Well, almost. She's just over the bar, but yeah, still we didn't have consent, so we couldn't. Sorry. Yeah, we couldn't go and stalk her on Facebook or something. So yeah. Okay. So now the fun part begins. Now I have a quiz for you all that we will play, and you will all enjoy this. But first we have to know the rules. So we have a session called Voting 404, which has nothing to do with 101. No. This is the real session. So yeah, the rules are simple. You have to vote as soon as possible. There are only right answers, no wrong answers. And to vote A, you have to press the yes button. To go no, you have to B, you have to press the no button, and C is a go slower. Everyone is fine with that? Cool. So let's begin with a very easy question. Okay, so number of Discord channels for PM. Just out of your mind, how many were there? A, B, C, 11, 18, 26. Now, go. There is no go faster, sorry. So you will have to change to go slower or something. Yeah, a lot of you mentioned no, and some of you mentioned slower. So 18 and 26, people are confused between them, but most of them are still going for 18. I'll have to break some hearts because it is 26. Yeah, like these, it was a lot of them. So yeah, I can say that, okay, you cannot have counted them all. But yeah, that's the goal of, or that's the idea behind Statistics Working Group, that we count for you guys so that you can use those stats. Okay, now a funny question about the bodies. Number of bodies whose laptops broke during PM. Is it 0? Everyone is having their laptops because they're still alive here. The number of people are number 4 or 7. Okay. Oh, wow. A lot of them are going for B, 4. Wow. Okay. Nice. Let's see. Oh, yeah. You were right. It was 4. And especially all the non-Belgian ones, they got their broken, laptops broken. One is, you can see the example here. Yeah, that was sad, but they're still surviving. So yeah, no RIP laptops yet. Next question. It's IT related question this time. So how many times do you think was the voting tested before actually today, before the session? Was it once? It was just made and then tested once and then it was fine? Was it 3,720 times or a million times? Let's see, A, B, or C. Oh, it's a lot of you say 1 time? Come on. Oh, they have so less belief in our testers and IT people. It was tested 3,000 times. And these are the testing gods that you have to thank for testing. Like 3 testing gods tested them like 3,720 times. So 3 cheers to these 3 people, 3 amazing testing gods. Zani, Edis, and Richie. So yeah, thank you so much for testing that. And now a serious question. What do you think was the number of times Mina went to the hospital during this online PM? A, 2 times, B, 7 times, or C, 20 times? And let's hope that she's not there at the hospital right at the moment. Oh, a lot of you say 2, a lot of you say 7. Answer is 7. Yeah, she went to the hospital 7 times. And I see a technical from Mina. Oh, she wants to go to it again. Sorry, we will have to change the answer. It will be 8 soon. Yeah. Okay, so the number of times Corona was spread during PM. Yeah, it's the pandemic is here. Hopefully all of you are keeping safe, but are you, all of you? Let's see if what you think. Was it 0, 1, or 2? The number of new Corona cases during. So I see a huge majority for A, 0, which I really like, but there are some people who still have questions like, oh, maybe 1 or 2 times. The answer is unfortunately 1. And this was due to Luca's jacket. Luca, you have to give them details. So he will be personally available in Discord for all the gossip that you want to know. So I will encourage you to go to Luca. Now, we did another survey that was equally as important. So who is more attracted to boys? Was it A, Fabrizio, or B, Johannes? And this result would be a bit of a shock for some people, maybe not for some people. So who do you think, A or B? Oh, we have a lot of support for Johannes here and some support, also a lot of support for Fabrizio. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? But we already did it, so we have the results. And Fabrizio nicks it just by 2 votes, like 51-49. And yeah, so sorry, Johannes, maybe better luck next time, because Fabrizio is the champion at this PM at least. Now, another question about IT. The number of times Elise promoted IT during this president's meeting. It was a lot of them. I know, like he was all the time, 5 billion. Yeah, no, but let's see, 24, 42, or 78. Not enough? No. We can still count them. Right now, we're still counting stuff. So let's go. It was 42, unfortunately not the 78 that you were thinking, but yeah. But still, whenever he's even having fun, he wants you first to join the observers mailing list before going to join his harem. So yeah, he has his priorities clear. First, first subscribe to IT observers and then go join his harem. Okay, so next question. The number of times Jasper said truly during PM. Is it A, 15, B, 34, or C, 57? Let's see. Oh, we have a lot of support for 57. And let's go and see the answer. Oh, we still don't know, sorry, but it was a truly, truly big number. We can assure you of that. It was a truly big number. Next question. The total number of hours spent by poor minute takers after sessions to correct the minutes. You know, there were a lot of sessions going on. There was a lot of minutes, and fortunately, we had the recording. So it was easier to check out the minutes. So what do you think the number of minutes were by the minute takers? The number of hours that they took to correct their minutes? Was it 99, 75, 320? This time it's quite evenly split. So a lot of people say 175, but yeah. So let's see the answer. Oh, sorry. Well, you know, sessions were still, so it's still counting, but it was a lot, and they're still crying while in minutes. And this is something that the bot said, and they are like, yeah, it will be. It was a lot of fun for sure, like a lot of fun, wasn't it, minute takers? Okay, moving to the next question. What was the latest hour when discussions were finished on Discord? Was it 2 a.m., 3:30 a.m., and 6 a.m.? And we are talking about CET. Yeah, CET. Let's see. What's 6 a.m.? A lot of you say 6 a.m. Wow, that's a huge majority for 6 a.m. And yeah, of course, it was 6 a.m. Hopefully none of you met your dad, but maybe some of you did to grab breakfast or something. Yeah, well, a lot of discussions and a lot of long nights for some of you. So I congratulate you. It was you all that made this PM a success by discussing and doing a lot of stuff there. Now, interesting question. What was the number of project coordinators that were found during this PM? Was it A0, B1, or C2? Let's see. How well do you know how many projects are going on and still? Oh, we are tied neck and neck between 0 and 1. Let's see who wins. Let's see, go. Oh, it's actually tied. Nobody else is doing 1. Okay, 1 has 1 majority, but 0, sadly. But Luca is still looking for you. The SMS coordination position is open, and Luca will be looking for you wherever you are. In this PM or in Best, he will look for you and he will find you. And the number of blue signatures in the FPF form this time. Let's see. Was it 0? Was it 3 or 5? Oh, we have a lot of majority for 0. Hopefully this time, let's see. Because it was an online form, hopefully everyone didn't used black. Oh, but we have a huge majority for 3 and 5 as well, or not majority, but let's see the answer. It wasn't C, it's 3. I'm so sorry. And this is our lovely GD coordinator crying in the corner, like, come on, guys. Why? How? Okay, now another question about Luca. You know, it's a theme coming up by Luca. Well, the number of times Luca showed his plant during PM. We know it was a lot of times, but let's see, how many times do you think? A, B, or C? Oh, we are getting a lot of support for 42 and 69. Oh, everyone is the same. Now also, okay, let's then check the answer. It was 69 times. And we have proof of that. This is one. This is Luca with his fern. And he also has an Instagram account now, so you can go and check and follow it for more pictures with Luca and the fern. Okay. Baby Yoda time. How many number of times Baby Yoda appeared in PM presentations? Was it 0, 3, or 8? Let's see. We have a lot of people going for 3, some people going for 0, and some people going for 8. People, this was one of the times that Baby Yoda appeared, so it cannot be 0, kind of. But yeah, let's see. It was 3. It was the first AAP presentation. You can see Baby Yoda here. Then it was the internal auditing presentation. You can see it there, little Baby Yoda, and the financial report presentation. So yeah, 3 times, not counting this one because yeah, I should have, but whoever. Okay, now it's rapid fire time. So what was the brand new word we learned during PM? Just type it in the comments. What was the right? It was automatical, of course. And thank you so much, IT buddy Matko, for like teaching us this amazing, beautiful word. We will use it automatically times everywhere. Next, the number of Mandalorian episodes that aired during this present meeting. Come on, just put it in your comments. How many Mandalorian episodes aired? It was 1. It should have been 2, but Luca doesn't agree to it, so it was 1 in the end. How many people attended the company sessions during this present meeting? Put it in there. How many? Number of people. Oh, 69. 1 billion. Not enough. Seriously, not enough. And Fabrizio is looking at you. Every one of you who registered and didn't come there. Not enough. And finally, how much does Susie care about the LBGs? Let's see some answers here in the chat. Ooh. Yes, it is infinity plus 1. It is infinity plus 1. I saw some answers there. You know Susie very well. And do you want more of them? Let's see. Do you want more questions? If you want more of them, then you can join the statistics working group. The call for members is now open. You can just scan this QR code, go there, subscribe to the mailing list, and you will get the call into your mailing list, into your inboxes soon before IT observers go and check out this thing there. Yeah. And thank you so much. That was it.
Thank you, Ishan, for bringing us some insights about PM to make people reflect about how much they did and how much they are capable of doing. I'm still missing the moves per guy ratio, but maybe I'm just an old fart that was used to that and it's not a thing any longer. Maybe for GA it can be counted because it is really a thing that it's important that female besties are getting more and more and more in positions of power, and this is why in this PM there are almost as many females as males, which is normally not the case. Now I believe it's time for having some thank you time.
Just to correct you, it's 1.5324.
The Boostback I rate you. Can you write it in the chat so it can be copied in the minutes? Just kidding, there are no minutes of this part of the presentation. Do you have any questions regarding statistics of this PM? You can raise fingers in the chat. I just want to use every opportunity to ask you for questions. Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. So how many grains of sand are there in the Sahara? Ishan, you have an answer for that?
Yeah, sure. It's 1478345683454. Yeah, that's the
Approximately the same as the number of galaxies in our nearest galactic cluster.
That also correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Dina. So are we done with this block, Dina? Let's go to the next one. Thank you very much, Ishan. Let's give a big applause for all the statistics that you brought us to this PM. You ready, Dino? Let's go for it.
I would like to say one more thing. So thank you to the statistics working group. Of course, not the whole of them, but everyone who was involved here. So I would like to thank Yaren, Tolga, Antonis, of course, Luca, and of course the Voyagers. Yeah, for supporting this, and yeah, thank you so much. It was a group effort, not my own. So yeah.
All of them were thanked and all of them were clapped. So this might look now like the Oscars with so much thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the time for that. Voyagers, are you ready for this? I don't hear any Voyager.
Yes.
This is larger. Oh my God.
Yes, we are ready. Yes, we are.
Okay.
All right. So now we would like to go to thanking a number of people. And I believe we will have Mina first.
Me? Well, no.
Yeah, Mina. It's funny when you're not ready.
Yeah. Okay, this was not okay. So I would like to thank our partners who were here for supporting us financially, also providing the workshops and keynotes. So this event would not just be a decision-making body of BEST, it would be more interactive. We had 5 partners for this event, which are ABB, Atos, EIT Digital, EACEA, I said it right, which is behind the FPA grant, and we have POSI. And if you want to know more about them, contact CRD. If you want to know how to interact with them, contact us. But yeah.
Can we do an applause thingy after every?
Yeah, let's do it silent so we don't interrupt so much.
Perfect. All right. Then, over the past days, you've also been able to talk to many different besties. But as you might have noticed, there's much more to the world than only BEST. And in this event, we gathered many different partners. Mina also talked about the corporate partners. But we also had the institutional partners, Sefi, FEANI, and the European Youth Forum, who had the roundtable on the official opening about quality youth employment and working conditions. So I would like to do a quick applause for them. Are you joining me? Yes, awesome. Awesome. Besides that, we also, of course, our own alumni, which are gathered in the BEST Alumni Network, which you could also meet for a few activities during the week. You want to do a thingy? Yes, awesome. I'm watching you, and you don't know who I'm watching. So, and the final group that I would also like to talk from outside the organization are our DIR and DIOR representatives who joined us for many sessions throughout the event. And for that, we would like to thank Elena, Aigul, Emily, Atanas, Selim, and another Emily for representing all of their NGOs. So we can also have a big applause for them. All right. There is also another very, very special group of people that we would like to thank. As you can imagine, a mandate in the board has a lot of ups and downs. And that makes it even more special that this group of people is still ready whenever they are being called upon to return to BEST to help us out with whatever we need from them. And of course, I am talking about the previous international board, the 32nd International Board of BEST, the Bridge. It is like their dedication to BEST is truly, truly, truly remarkable. And even more so given the fact that they were confronted with a pandemic throughout their mandate. So dear Bridge, for all the help that you have given us in the past months and for the countless times that we could reach out to you with anything that we needed, we want to express our sincerest gratitude. So also a big applause for the Bridge. Do the thing. Awesome. Luca?
It's my turn? Awesome. So first, I definitely want to thank the Bestathon team that prepared not one, but two case studies or competitions for this PM. The first one was the company case study where we had, I think, 8 LPGs competing. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the meetings that we had and fun for that. So a huge applause for the Bestathon team and the jury and the topic group that worked on all of this. Awesome. Next thing, I would definitely like to thank the Statistics Working Group coordinator and the team that worked on the previous presentation that you saw about 10 minutes ago. They did an amazing job, and thank you guys for all the bullshit that we shared during the last couple of days. It was amazing. So huge applause for them as well. And finally, I want to thank all the project coordinators that joined during this PM, and especially those that prepared the workshops to advance projects a bit more. Thank you for that, and thank you to everyone who joined those workshops. The results are going to be used during the next months, and you're going to see them very, very soon. So huge applause for, well, all of you guys. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so next I want to thank some very special people. And these very special people are actually all the delegates that are here. And I really want to say a very big, big, big thank you and congratulations to all of you for being here and being present for like 10 days now. Very big thanks for being so active during all the discussions and being very proactive by writing comments on VIP, proposing amendments, counter proposals, and all these wonderful things that you did. You are the ones responsible for proving that decision making can happen online and we can do all these things online, and an online GM in the end does work. So big congratulations to all of you.
There are still some people left in the plenary who we would like to thank as well, and those are the second row delegates. All the extras, all the invited, and also the coordinators. So we would like to thank all of you. There are like several minute takers, people taking care of social media, people taking care of the social activities, the streamers, our auditors, facilitators, and several other tasks that we asked them to do, and they did it without any complaints. And also last minute tasks that we gave them also helped us a lot to make this event an unforgettable event, I would say. Even though we are not all together, we still managed to have an amazing event. And thank you guys. I would like to name all of you, but I think it will take a bit longer. So I will just thank you guys again. And yeah, let's have an applause for all of you.
Okay, and here it is me again with another very, very, very important thanks. So I wanted to say a huge thank you to our speaker, Paco Gordillo, and our deputy speaker, Dina Memovic, for all the amazing energy, all the effort, and all the commitment and time that they spent for so many days now, even before or during the event, so that we can have a PM that is the best as possible. And they always tried so hard to do that. Like they were here and they were always helping with not just like to reach a good enough level, not just to reach like the level of a normal PM, but actually constantly trying to make it as better as possible and improving every procedure. even if it's an online one, still trying to make it even better than the normal ones. And they, of course, did that in all this in a very short time. You did an amazing job bridging all the feeling of a normal PM, of an actual interactive PM. You did very, very nice things. You managed to give us a GM with jokes, like, for example, Dino's impression of Rick Sanchez, although not always successful, like this one. You gave us, we had clappings, although not always synchronized. We had a lot of announcements, although there was not many fan of them, like the normal stuff usually. We probably had the PM with the least amount of delays ever, which is, wow, amazing. And finally, we even had an awesome hammer that did get stolen, and we managed to follow this tradition. So thank you for everything.
In the name of me and Paco, I would like to propose a counter proposal for thanking the board for dealing with us in the first place, for inviting us to be speaker and deputy here, but also for going through this whole experience with us, staying with those lovely long OMs, spending mornings with us, evenings with us, nights with us, afternoons with us, lunches with us. It was very fun. Although we didn't get to touch any of them in person, which is very sad, but at least thank you, Mr. Board and LBG board and all the boardies for being so awesome.
Thank you. The comment about touching was a bit interesting, but thank you so much, Paco and Dean. There is one very, very important person that we really cannot forget to thank. All of these people that we talked about before, they have contributed to making this PM happen, but none of them has been as essential and as dedicated to this PM as our dear secretary, Josif. I hope that all of you had the chance to talk to Josif at some point during this PM, and if you did that, then you will have noticed how chill and how relaxed he always seemed. And you might expect that is completely different behind the screens, but let me tell you, that's not the case at all. All the time, while preparing this PM, Josif stayed super calm, just doing whatever needed to be done in order to conduct this PM properly, pleasantly. And I believe that I'm speaking on behalf of the whole board when I say that we are super impressed with how well Josif took the lead in organizing this virtual PM, and with the calmness with which he tackled every problem. And Josif, I'm speaking directly to you right now. You have managed to organize a PM that was both as a live PM, and that was also way more structured and way more organized. And we are very proud and happy with what you have pulled off over the past days. And even though you're a bit of an awkward person when it comes to hugs, I would really like to give you a really big hug right now. And I guess we can make up for that by just giving you a huge applause.
It's very touching, all those moments, even though it's not physical contact, but still touching. So at the beginning of this PM, I must confess I was nervous. Like, I didn't know how an online PM would look like. I was just watching videos from last GA, checking how it was, and I didn't feel it was like a real GM. So together with the board, together with Dino, we were trying to work hard as much as possible to bring you the feeling of what it means to be in some live GM. Because this is live, guys. This is, as you were discussing in these proposals, that this is one more live event. It's just not in person. And I was sure of one thing, like if we do our best, the plenary will follow and this event will be a big success. And I believe you achieved that. I believe you're writing one of the best pages of the best history, and you should feel proud about it. And now is the time to celebrate of everything you achieved. Johannes, back to you.
Yes. This is it, I guess. This is the end of our first ever virtual president's meeting. And before we can move to the official closing of this PM, I would like to talk to you about a few concepts, a few big ideas by which I will personally remember this PM. And the first one is a bit obvious. It is flexibility. And obviously, flexibility is very important to besties. And it is evident that we need to be flexible in these times of crisis. However, what is not evident is what we altogether have done over the past 8 months, and in particular also over the last 10 days. I used to think actually that BEST was quite set in its ways. I used to think that BEST was not a very flexible organization. And I have been proven wrong over these past months. I can honestly say that I'm super impressed with what we have all managed to do together over these past months. And in particular, I'm talking about all of the LBG delegates that are gathered here today, and also about all of your LBGs. And to all of you, I want to say, never forget that it's you who is the foundations of BEST. Never forget that it is you who decides if BEST moves forward. It is, well, us internationally involved people, we tend to nag a lot and we'll say like, you have to do this way and all of that crap. But at the end of the day, it is you that decides what will become of our organization, and it is you also who will prove your flexibility. We will have to prove your flexibility during the upcoming months because we'll still have challenges ahead of us. And I would also like to talk about connectedness. And for those of you who are watching the official opening, you might remember that I talked about connectedness then. I linked this feeling to last year's Winter IPF, which was the final physical event that I attended, where we were all gathered working on the future of organization in synergy. And now, however, I'm happy to say that I have a new event to link this feeling of connectedness to. And I hope that this is one of the things that you will remember as well when you think of this PM. Be it the many late night talking and drinking sessions, the morning coffees, the kitchen cooking sessions, the crazy Italian cantus last night in the Discord kitchen, or any of the many other things that were going on this week. I hope that you will remember this PM by its many different activities and by its lively plenary, because that is definitely what I will remember it for. Now, finally, I would like to talk to you about moving forward. I strongly believe that the most dangerous thing for BEST right now is to just sit back and relax and wait until this pandemic blows over. It is times of crisis, times like these, that hold opportunities for us. It is right now that we as an organization can try and make a difference by exploring new horizons and by going beyond what we already know. And for that reason, I would like to end this PM with a small call for action. We are calling upon you to keep on trying out new things and to share your findings also with the rest of the network. So that together, by figuring out new things, by sharing them with each other, we can all together, both the LBGs, different LBGs, and BEST move forward. And then, honestly, I'm very curious to see where we will stand in half a year when we will all meet each other again in GA. I hope, and that's what I want to end with, I hope that you will all join us in showing COVID what we as an organization got, what we can do when we are confronted with all these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes. I believe it's now time for me to get my hammer and close this PM. If only I had a hammer. The fuck happened? Dino, did you see anything?
Pum.
Dino? What happened?
Sorry, that was some ominous music. It counts with the suit. So.
That's not possible. Once again, no. Like it was fun, but now that is the closing of PM, that's not okay any longer.
You know, you put some fancy suit on.
Yes.
And it is the closing then. So clothes. So somebody stole it. It might be that I got some birdie to tell me that you have to do something.
Huh?
So let me just make sure this looks nice for everyone.
Can you turn on your camera?
I am having my camera turned on, but my other camera is turned on.
Okay.
There is a song you have to dance to.
Oh.
I think it comes from your adopted homeland. It's by the Roops on fire, and you'll have to go back and dance it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, guys. Hope you have fun.